Welcome to Easy Drift Sleep. Tonight, we're taking you on a journey into the Mayan temples at midnight, jungle, stars, and ancient drums, deep sleep story. If you enjoy falling asleep to these stories, tap subscribe now so you never miss your nightly escape. Find your comfortable position, let the weight of your day dissolve, and allow this story to carry you somewhere beautiful. Welcome to a journey unlike any other, a quiet pilgrimage to a place where time itself seems to slumber, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient world. Tonight, we travel far beyond the familiar, past the edges of the known, to a realm where history breathes beneath a velvet sky. We are drawn to the Yucatán Peninsula, a land of limestone karsts and dense, verdant rainforests, a landscape sculpted by millennia of geological processes and vibrant life. This region, primarily encompassing southeastern Mexico, Guatemala, and Belize, was once the cradle of one of the most sophisticated civilizations the world has ever known, the Maya. Their legacy endures, etched in stone, whispered by the wind, and illuminated by the celestial dance above. Imagine, for a moment, the approach. The sun has long since dipped below the horizon, painting the western sky with fleeting streaks of deep crimson and fading violet. Now, only the lingering blush of twilight remains, a soft, ethereal glow that gradually yields to the profound darkness of a jungle night. The air, which during the day hums with the relentless energy of the tropical sun, now cools, carrying with it the rich, earthy scent of damp soil, decaying leaves, and the elusive fragrance of night-blooming flora. This is the scent of the Selva Maya, a vast expanse of tropical and subtropical moist broadleaf forests that stretches across Central America, forming one of the largest continuous tracts of rainforest in the Americas. It is a living, breathing ecosystem, a tapestry woven from countless species of plants and animals, each playing its part in the intricate balance of this ancient environment. As we move deeper, the last vestiges of daylight recede completely, and the world transforms. The path beneath us, once perhaps a sun-dappled trail, now becomes a shadowy ribbon winding through a labyrinth of towering trees. These trees, many of them ancient sabres, mahogany, and sapodilla, form a dense canopy overhead, their branches intertwining to create a natural vault that filters the starlight into soft, scattered pinpricks of light. The sabre, or kapok tree, holds particular significance in Mayan cosmology, often considered the sacred tree of life, its roots reaching into the underworld and its branches supporting the heavens. Its smooth, pale trunk can rise to immense heights, a silent sentinel watching over the jungle's secrets. The sounds of the day, the chirping of cicadas, the calls of diurnal birds, have given way to a new symphony, a nocturnal chorus that is both mysterious and profoundly calming. The air itself seems to hum with the quiet industry of countless creatures. Listen closely, and you might distinguish the rhythmic pulse of crickets, a steady, unbroken beat that forms the bass line of the jungle's night music. Their stridulation, the rubbing of specialized body parts, creates a sound that is both pervasive and soothing, a constant presence in the tropical darkness. Interspersed with this, the delicate, almost tinkling sounds of tree frogs emerge, their calls echoing from the damp undergrowth, each species contributing its unique melody to the intricate soundscape. These small amphibians, often camouflaged during the day, become vocal artists under the cloak of night, their choruses a testament to the vibrant life hidden within the forest. The feeling of the night air against the skin is cool and moist, a welcome respite from the day's heat. There is a gentle breeze, almost imperceptible, that rustles the broad leaves of the palms and the delicate fronds of ferns, creating a soft, whispering sound that seems to carry ancient secrets. This rustling, a natural lullaby, is a constant reminder of the living, breathing forest that surrounds us, a comforting presence in the profound darkness. The ground beneath our feet, softened by centuries of fallen leaves and organic matter, yields slightly with each step, a quiet cushion that absorbs the sounds of our passage. The rich, dark earth, teeming with unseen life, exhales its own unique aroma, a blend of humus, moisture, and the subtle fragrance of unseen roots and fungi. We are not merely walking through a forest, we are entering a sanctuary, a realm where the veil between worlds feels thin, where the echoes of a magnificent past resonate with the vibrant pulse of the present. The Maya, a civilization that flourished for over 2 millennia, from around 2000 BCE to the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, left behind an extraordinary legacy of architectural marvels, intricate astronomical observations, and a profound understanding of the natural world. Their cities, once bustling centers of commerce, ceremony, and intellectual pursuit, now stand as silent monuments, reclaimed in part by the very jungle that once nourished them. As we continue, the path begins to change. The dense undergrowth, though still present, seems to part slightly, revealing glimpses of something more structured, more deliberate. The tangled vines, epiphytes, and bromeliads that cling to every surface are still here, but now they drape over something more solid, more enduring. The air grows heavier, not with humidity, but with a sense of anticipation, a quiet reverence for what lies ahead. The jungle, which has been our guide and our protector, now begins to reveal its hidden treasures. The first hint of a temple's presence often comes not from sight, but from a subtle shift in the environment. Perhaps the ground feels firmer, less yielding, suggesting the presence of ancient foundations beneath the earth. Or perhaps the canopy opens just slightly, allowing a broader shaft of starlight to penetrate, illuminating a patch of moss-covered stone. These are the subtle signals, the quiet whispers that precede the grand reveal. The Maya built their cities with an extraordinary understanding of their environment, often integrating their structures seamlessly into the natural landscape, using local limestone as their primary building material. This soft, porous rock, abundant in the Yucatán, was quarried, cut, and shaped with remarkable precision, often without the use of metal tools, relying instead on stone implements and immense human labor. The actual construction of these monumental structures involved a complex process. Limestone was first quarried, then often burned in kilns to produce lime, which was then mixed with crushed stone and water to create a durable stucco. This stucco was not only used as a mortar but also as a finishing layer, allowing for intricate carvings and vibrant paintings that adorned the surfaces of their temples and palaces. The sheer scale of these construction projects, carried out over centuries, speaks to the organizational prowess and engineering skills of the ancient Maya. Now, a faint silhouette begins to emerge from the darkness. It is not yet a distinct form, but rather a colossal shadow, a mass that rises above the surrounding trees, breaking the otherwise uniform line of the jungle canopy. This is the first glimpse of a Mayan temple, a sacred mountain of stone, designed not only as a place of worship but also as a cosmological axis, connecting the earthly realm with the heavens and the underworld. The Maya believed their temples were living entities, imbued with sacred power, and often aligned them with astronomical events, such as solstices and equinoxes, or with the movements of celestial bodies like Venus. As we draw nearer, the details slowly begin to resolve themselves. The massive stone blocks, once meticulously carved and fitted, now bear the marks of time and the embrace of the jungle. Patches of moss, verdant and soft, cling to their surfaces, creating a living tapestry that softens the sharp edges of ancient architecture. Delicate ferns sprout from crevices, their fronds unfurling in the humid air, while the tenacious roots of fig trees and other jungle giants snake their way across the stone, sometimes gently, sometimes with an irresistible force that can gradually pry apart even the most robust masonry. This interplay between nature and architecture is a defining characteristic of these ancient sites, a testament to the jungle's persistent reclamation. The air around the temple feels different, charged with a palpable stillness, a sense of profound history. The sounds of the jungle, though still present, seem to recede slightly, as if in deference to the silent grandeur of the structure. The cricket's chorus becomes a distant hum, the tree frog's calls a gentle whisper. Here, the dominant sound is often the subtle, almost imperceptible movement of the night air, a soft sigh that echoes through the ancient stones. We approach the base of the temple, a colossal pyramid rising in a series of stepped terraces. Mayan pyramids, unlike their Egyptian counterparts, were typically designed to be ascended, with steep staircases leading to the temple structure at the summit. These staircases, often flanked by intricately carved balustrades, were not merely functional but symbolic, representing the ascent to the heavens, the journey to the sacred realm. The rises of these steps are often very high, making the climb a deliberate and effortful act, a physical manifestation of spiritual devotion. The limestone blocks of the temple's lower levels feel cool to the touch, their surface textured by centuries of weathering and the subtle growth of microorganisms. The scent of damp stone mixes with the earthy jungle aromas, creating a unique olfactory signature that is both ancient and alive. The sheer scale of the structure is awe-inspiring, a testament to the collective will and spiritual fervor of a civilization that understood the profound connection between the terrestrial and the celestial. The Maya developed a highly sophisticated understanding of mathematics and astronomy, which they meticulously applied to the design and orientation of their buildings. Their architectural alignments were not random. They were carefully calculated to mark significant astronomical events, such as the solstices and equinoxes, or the zenith passage of the sun, when it appears directly overhead. For example, at Chichen Itzá, the Temple of Kukulkan, also known as El Castillo, is famously aligned so that during the spring and autumn equinoxes, the shadows cast by the corners of the pyramid create the illusion of a serpent descending the northern staircase. This serpent, Kukulkan, the feathered serpent deity, was a powerful symbol in Mayan cosmology. Many Mayan temples were built over earlier structures, a practice known as superimposition. As new rulers came to power or as calendrical cycles completed, new temples were often constructed directly on top of existing ones, encapsulating the older structure within the new. This practice allowed them to preserve the sacredness of the location while updating the architectural expression of their beliefs and power. It also means that many of these pyramids contain layers of history, with older, smaller temples hidden within their monumental cores. As we stand at the base, looking up, the temple seems to pierce the night sky, its upper reaches bathed in the soft glow of distant stars. The jungle, which has been a dense, enveloping presence, now seems to recede slightly, creating a natural clearing around the sacred structure. The air here feels clearer, perhaps a consequence of the open space, or perhaps simply a trick of the mind, a perception influenced by the profound sense of awe. The surface of the stone, even in the dim light, reveals faint traces of its former glory. Though the vibrant stucco and painted murals that once adorned these temples have largely faded or been eroded by time and weather, careful observation might reveal subtle patterns, geometric designs, or even the faint outline of a human or animal figure. The Maya were master sculptors and artists, and their temples were often canvases for elaborate narratives, depicting deities, mythological scenes, historical events, and calendrical information. These carvings, known as stelae and altars, were often erected in plazas in front of temples, serving as public records and declarations of royal power and divine connection. The engineering of these temples was remarkably advanced for their time. The Maya utilized a corbel arch, also known as a false arch, to create doorways and interior spaces. This technique involves progressively stepping stones inward from the walls until they meet at the top, forming a triangular or trapezoidal opening. While not a true arch in the Roman sense, it allowed them to create impressive internal chambers and vaulted passages within their structures. The stability of these massive stone constructions, enduring for over 1 millennium in an active seismic zone, speaks volumes about their architectural ingenuity. The purpose of these temples was multifaceted. They served as ceremonial centers for religious rituals, including offerings, sacrifices, and prayers to the gods. They were also astronomical observatories, allowing Mayan priests and astronomers to track the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy, which was crucial for their sophisticated calendar systems. The Maya developed two primary calendars, the 260-day Tzolkin, a sacred calendar, and the 365-day Hab, a civil calendar. These two cycles intermeshed to form a 52-year calendar round, and they also used a long count calendar to track longer periods of time, dating from a mythical creation date in 3114 BCE. The specific temple we are now approaching, though unnamed in our journey, embodies the characteristics of many significant Mayan sites. It might have been a temple dedicated to Itzamna, the creator god, often depicted as a reptilian bird, or to Kinnichahau, the sun god, whose image frequently appears on monumental masks adorning temple facades. Perhaps it was dedicated to Chak, the rain god, whose importance in an agricultural society was paramount, or to the feathered serpent deity, Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, a pervasive figure across Mesoamerican cultures. Each temple held a specific spiritual significance, often linked to the patron deity of the city or the ruling dynasty. As we stand before this ancient edifice, the air around us is still, yet alive with a subtle energy. The sounds of the jungle, though softened, continue their nocturnal rhythm, a constant reminder of the vibrant life that has always surrounded these sacred places. The feeling of being completely alone, yet safe, enveloped by the vastness of nature and the profound silence of history, is deeply calming. There is no urgency here, no demand for action, only a gentle invitation to observe, to listen, and to simply be. The subtle scent of damp earth, mingled with the faint, sweet fragrance of unseen night-blooming flowers, drifts on the air. Perhaps it is the aroma of the night-blooming cereus, a cactus flower that unfurls its magnificent white petals only after dark, releasing a heady perfume into the tropical night before wilting with the first rays of dawn. Or perhaps it is the elusive scent of jungle orchids, many of which are epiphytes, growing on the branches of trees, their delicate blossoms adding touches of color and fragrance to the dense green tapestry. The occasional, gentle rustle of leaves overhead, perhaps from a passing breeze or the movement of a nocturnal creature, adds to the tranquil soundscape. It is a sound that speaks of the jungle's continuous, quiet life, a constant, soothing presence. The feeling of the cool night air on the skin is refreshing, a gentle caress that invigorates without disturbing the profound sense of peace. The very air seems to hold a memory, a resonance of the countless ceremonies, prayers, and observations that have taken place here over the centuries. The temple itself, a silent guardian, seems to breathe with the rhythm of the night. Its massive stones, warmed by the day's sun, now slowly release that stored heat into the cooler air, creating a subtle, almost imperceptible warmth that radiates from its ancient core. This gentle warmth, a memory of the sun, contrasts with the coolness of the night, creating a delicate balance of sensations. The texture of the moss-covered stone, if one were to reach out, would feel soft and yielding in some places, rough and unyielding in others, a testament to the varied embrace of time and nature. The Maya were deeply connected to their environment, and their understanding of the natural world was woven into every aspect of their lives, from their agricultural practices to their religious beliefs. The jungle was not merely a backdrop, it was an integral part of their cosmology, a source of sustenance, medicine, and spiritual metaphors. The cycles of growth and decay, the intricate web of life, the power of storms and the life-giving rain, all these elements found expression in their art, their architecture, and their complex belief systems. As we stand here, surrounded by the whispers of the jungle and the silent grandeur of the temple, the world outside this ancient sanctuary seems to recede further and further. The concerns of daily life, the demands of the modern world, all fade into the background, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility and timelessness. This is a place where the past and present merge, where the echoes of an ancient civilization resonate with the vibrant pulse of the living jungle. The air is filled with a sense of quiet wonder, a gentle invitation to simply exist in this moment, to absorb the profound peace that emanates from this sacred space. The sounds of the jungle, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, and the rhythmic hum of insects, all merge into a harmonious symphony, a natural lullaby that cradles the senses. This enveloping soundscape, far from being unsettling, is deeply comforting, a reminder of the continuous, vibrant life that thrives in the heart of this ancient world. The feeling of being cradled by the jungle's embrace is palpable. The dense foliage, though unseen in the darkness, forms a protective barrier, a living blanket that enfolds the temple and its surroundings. This natural enclosure creates a sense of intimacy, a feeling of being sheltered and secure within this ancient sanctuary. The air, cool and moist, carries the subtle fragrance of dew-laden leaves and the rich, fertile scent of the earth, deepening the sense of immersion in this natural, primeval world. As we continue to absorb the atmosphere, our gaze naturally begins to lift, drawn upwards from the solid, enduring presence of the temple to the vast, boundless expanse above. The jungle canopy, which has been a dense, enveloping ceiling, now seems to part, revealing the true majesty of the night sky. The stars, which have been mere pinpricks of light through the leaves, now burst forth in a dazzling display, a celestial river of light stretching across the velvet blackness. The profound darkness of the jungle, far from obscuring the heavens, serves only to enhance their brilliance, making the stars appear closer, brighter, and more numerous than ever before. This is the moment when the jungle's embrace gently guides our awareness from the earthbound grandeur of the temple to the infinite wonders of the cosmos, preparing us for the silent, shimmering spectacle that awaits above. The profound darkness of the jungle, far from obscuring the heavens, serves only to enhance their brilliance, making the stars appear closer, brighter, and more numerous than ever before. This is the moment when the jungle's embrace gently guides our awareness from the earthbound grandeur of the temple to the infinite wonders of the cosmos, preparing us for the silent, shimmering spectacle that awaits above. The ancient Maya, deeply attuned to the celestial dance, observed these very stars with an intensity and precision that astounds modern astronomers. Their cities, particularly the great ceremonial centers like Tikal, Palenque, and Chichen Itza, were not merely collections of buildings but sophisticated observatories, meticulously aligned with astronomical events. The very architecture of these temples, their towering pyramids and intricate courtyards, often mirrored the movements of the sun, moon, and planets. For instance, the El Castillo Pyramid at Chichen Itza, dedicated to Kukulkan, the feathered serpent deity, showcases a remarkable equinox phenomenon. On the spring and autumn equinoxes, the setting sun casts a shadow that creates the illusion of a serpent slithering down the pyramid's northern staircase, its head carved in stone at the base. This precise alignment demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of celestial mechanics and architectural engineering. The Maya developed a complex and highly accurate calendar system, far more sophisticated than many contemporary European calendars. This system was not a single calendar but a series of interconnected cycles, the most prominent being the 260-day Tzolkin, or sacred calendar, and the 365-day Hab, or civil calendar. These two cycles intermesh to form a 52-year calendar round, a period of great significance that marked the completion of a full cycle of both calendars. Beyond this, they employed the long count calendar, a linear count of days from a mythological starting point in 3114 BCE, which allowed them to record vast spans of time and predict astronomical events centuries into the future. This long count calendar, often inscribed on stelae and temple walls, recorded dates with an astonishing level of precision, sometimes down to individual days across thousands of years. Their astronomical observations were not merely for timekeeping, they were deeply intertwined with their religious beliefs, agricultural practices, and political structures. The movements of Venus, for example, were particularly important. The Maya tracked Venus with such accuracy that they could predict its heliacal rising and setting, its appearances as both the morning and evening star. The Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving Mayan books, contains extensive tables detailing the cycles of Venus, believed to be associated with warfare and sacrificial rituals. Kings and rulers often timed their military campaigns to coincide with specific phases of Venus, believing that these celestial alignments would grant them divine favor and ensure victory. As the jungle hums softly around us, the air growing cooler with the deepening night, we can almost feel the presence of those ancient astronomers, standing on these very temple platforms, gazing upward. Imagine the scene: a priest astronomer, perhaps adorned with jade and quetzal feathers, carefully marking the position of a star against the horizon, using sophisticated sighting devices or simply the precise corners and doorways of the temple itself. They understood the concept of a sidereal year, the true orbital period of the Earth around the Sun, with remarkable accuracy. Their calculations for the length of the synodic month, the period from one new moon to the next, were also incredibly precise, differing from modern calculations by only a few seconds. The constellations they observed were different from those recognized in Western astronomy, though they also grouped stars into meaningful patterns. They saw jaguars, serpents, and other creatures from their rich mythological landscape in the starry expanse. The Milky Way, which now stretches above us like a luminous river, held immense spiritual significance for the Maya. They called it the Waka-chan, or Tree of Life, a cosmic tree connecting the underworld, the earthly realm, and the heavens. Its path across the sky was seen as a sacred road, a conduit for gods and spirits, and a reflection of the cyclical nature of existence. Beneath this cosmic tree, the temples themselves stand as silent witnesses to millennia of human endeavor and spiritual devotion. The construction of these monumental structures was an undertaking of immense scale, requiring vast resources, skilled labor, and sophisticated engineering knowledge. Without metal tools or beasts of burden, the Maya quarried massive blocks of limestone, transported them through dense jungle, and meticulously carved them into intricate designs. The sheer effort involved in building a city like Tikal, with its 6 towering pyramids and thousands of other structures, is almost unfathomable. The primary material for most Mayan construction was limestone, abundant in the Yucatán Peninsula and the Petén Basin. This soft, workable stone could be easily cut and carved when freshly quarried, but it hardened significantly upon exposure to air. The Maya also developed a sophisticated form of concrete, mixing crushed limestone with a lime mortar to create durable platforms and foundations. Their iconic corbel arch, a false arch created by stepping stones inward from the walls until they met at the apex, allowed them to create vaulted ceilings and grand interior spaces within their temples and palaces. This architectural innovation, while not a true arch, provided impressive spans and a distinctive aesthetic. The construction process often began with clearing a large area of jungle, followed by the leveling of the ground and the laying of massive stone foundations. Then, platforms were built, often in multiple layers, forming the base for the pyramid or temple structure. The pyramids themselves were typically solid masses of rubble and earth, faced with finely cut and dressed limestone blocks. Staircases ascended these pyramids, often steep and narrow, leading to the temple structures at the summit. These summit temples, usually containing one or more rooms, were the most sacred spaces, housing altars, stelae, and intricate carvings dedicated to deities or commemorating important events. The surfaces of these temples were often covered with a layer of stucco, a fine plaster made from burnt limestone, which was then painted in vibrant colors. Imagine the temples of Tikal, not as the weathered gray structures we see today, but gleaming in brilliant reds, blues, greens, and yellows, their stucco facades adorned with elaborate murals depicting mythological scenes, historical events, and portraits of rulers. The vibrant colors would have made these cities truly dazzling, visible from afar through the dense jungle canopy. The pigments were derived from natural sources: red from hematite, blue from indigo and clay minerals, green from malachite, and yellow from ochre. The famous Maya blue, a remarkably stable and vibrant pigment, is still a subject of scientific study today. Each temple had a specific purpose and dedication. Temple 1 at Tikal, known as the Temple of the Great Jaguar, served as the funerary monument for Jasur Chan Karwil I, one of Tikal's most powerful rulers. His tomb, discovered deep within the pyramid, contained rich offerings of jade, shell, and pottery. Temple 2, the Temple of the Mask, stands directly opposite Temple 1 across the Great Plaza, forming a monumental gateway to the city's ceremonial heart. These twin temples, facing each other, created a powerful visual and symbolic axis, often used for ritual processions and public ceremonies. The Great Plaza itself was the vibrant center of Tikal, a vast open space surrounded by towering pyramids, palaces, and stelae. Here, the populace would gather for important rituals, festivals, and public declarations. Stelae, carved stone monuments often depicting rulers and hieroglyphic texts, stood proudly in front of the temples, proclaiming the achievements and divine lineage of the kings. Altars, often circular stones placed before the stelae, were used for offerings and sacrifices. The entire layout of the plaza, with its distinct north and south acropolises, was carefully planned to reflect cosmological principles and facilitate complex ritual performances. As we stand here, under the vast expanse of the night sky, the silence of the jungle is punctuated only by the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, the soft hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves as a small animal moves through the undergrowth, the occasional chirp of a cricket. These sounds, far from being intrusive, blend into the overall tranquility, creating a natural symphony that has accompanied these temples for centuries. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the subtle, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jungle flowers. The jungle itself is an ancient ecosystem, a living, breathing entity that has reclaimed much of the Mayan world. For centuries after the collapse of the classic Maya civilization around 900 CE, these magnificent cities lay hidden beneath a dense blanket of vegetation. Explorers in the 19th and early 20th centuries often had to hack their way through impenetrable growth to rediscover these lost wonders. The roots of massive saber trees, sacred to the Maya, would often entwine themselves around temple walls, slowly prying apart stone blocks, while vines and epiphytes covered every surface, transforming the structures into green, moss-laden mounds. The saber tree, with its enormous buttress roots and towering canopy, was considered the axis mundi, the world tree that connected the three layers of the cosmos: the underworld, the earth, and the heavens. Its branches reached into the sky, its trunk supported the earthly realm, and its roots delved into Xibalba, the Mayan underworld. This tree was a powerful symbol of life, regeneration, and the interconnectedness of all things. Even today, the sight of a massive saber tree standing sentinel near a temple evokes a sense of ancient power and reverence. The jungle is home to an incredible diversity of life. Jaguars, elusive and powerful predators, still roam these forests, their presence a reminder of the wild heart of this land. Howler monkeys, with their deep, resonant calls are often heard at dawn and dusk, their voices carrying for miles through the canopy. Spider monkeys swing gracefully through the trees, their long limbs and prehensile tails perfectly adapted to arboreal life. Toucans, with their vibrant, oversized beaks, add splashes of color to the green landscape, while countless species of birds fill the air with their songs during the day. At night, the jungle transforms, and a new cast of creatures emerges. Bats flit silently through the air, hunting insects, while nocturnal insects create a constant, buzzing chorus. The sounds of the jungle at night are a lullaby, a timeless melody that has echoed through these ruins for millennia. It is a soundscape that speaks of enduring life, of cycles of growth and decay, and of the profound stillness that can be found in the heart of nature. The distant calls of unseen creatures, the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, the soft hum of insects, these are the natural rhythms that accompany the silent vigil of the stars above. The Mayan understanding of the cosmos was not merely scientific, it was deeply spiritual. Astronomy, mathematics, and religion were inextricably linked. The celestial bodies were seen as deities or manifestations of deities, their movements imbued with meaning and prophecy. The sun god, Kinichahau, was a powerful and benevolent deity, essential for life and agriculture. The moon goddess, Nine Shell, was associated with weaving, medicine, and childbirth. The planet Venus, as mentioned, was linked to the war god, Kukulkan, and its cycles influenced military decisions. The Mayan calendar, particularly the long count, was designed to track vast periods of time, reflecting their cyclical view of history and the cosmos. They believed in a series of great cycles, each ending and beginning anew. The famous end date of the long count in 2012 CE was not a prophecy of the end of the world, but rather the completion of a major cycle, the beginning of a new era, much like the turning of a millennium. This cyclical perspective allowed them to view time not as a linear progression but as an eternal return, a continuous unfolding and renewal. The concept of time itself was fluid and multilayered for the Maya. They had different words for various aspects of time, distinguishing between the passage of days, the cycles of seasons, and the grand cosmic epochs. Time was often personified as a burden carried by divine bearers, each day or cycle having its own unique character and destiny. This intricate understanding of time permeated every aspect of their lives, from the planting of crops to the coronation of kings and the construction of temples. As the hours of the night slowly pass, the stars continue their silent journey across the sky. The Earth, turning gently on its axis, brings new constellations into view, while others dip below the horizon. The North Star, Polaris, though not directly above the Maya lands, would have been a reference point for their celestial observations, its relative stillness contrasting with the grand sweep of the other stars. The Southern Cross, a prominent constellation in the southern hemisphere, would have been visible to the Maya in more southerly regions of their territory. The Maya also paid close attention to the solstices and equinoxes, the turning points of the sun's journey across the sky. These events were marked by elaborate ceremonies and architectural alignments, such as the one at El Castillo in Chichén Itzá. The summer solstice, marking the longest day of the year, and the winter solstice, the shortest, were crucial for agricultural planning, signaling the appropriate times for planting and harvesting. These astronomical phenomena were not just scientific markers, They were sacred moments when the veil between the earthly and divine realms was believed to be thin. The nocturnal animals of the jungle are now fully awake, their activities forming a subtle backdrop to the stillness of the ruins. A soft rustling in the leaves might be a foraging armadillo, its armored body moving slowly through the undergrowth. The faint scent of a civet or ocelot might drift on the breeze, their nocturnal hunts beginning. The air itself feels different at night, cooler, heavier, carrying the accumulated moisture of the day. The dew begins to settle on the leaves and stone surfaces, glistening faintly in the starlight. The temples, now completely enveloped in darkness, take on a different character. Their massive forms, once defined by the harsh light of day, are now softened by the night, their edges blurred against the velvet sky. They seem to merge with the jungle, becoming part of the ancient landscape, silent sentinels guarding the secrets of the past. The intricate carvings on their facades, so clear in daylight, are now hinted at by the play of shadows, their details absorbed by the darkness, leaving only the grand, imposing silhouettes. The experience of being at a Mayan temple at midnight is profoundly different from a daytime visit. Without the sun's glare, without the crowds of tourists, the ruins reveal a deeper, more intimate side. The sheer scale of the structures becomes even more apparent, their height accentuated by the surrounding darkness. The silence amplifies the sense of history, allowing one to imagine the sounds and sights of the ancient city more vividly, the chanting of priests, the bustling of markets, the footsteps of thousands of people moving through these plazas. The air itself feels imbued with history, with the echoes of lives lived here millennia ago. The energy of the place is palpable, a quiet hum that resonates from the very stones. It is a feeling of connection, a sense of being part of a continuous thread of human experience that stretches back through time. The Maya built these cities not just as homes or administrative centers, but as sacred spaces, designed to connect humanity with the divine, to reflect the order of the cosmos on Earth. As the night deepens further, the jungle's sounds begin to recede slightly, replaced by an even greater stillness. The stars, having completed a significant portion of their journey, continue to shine with unwavering brilliance. The Milky Way, a vast river of light, arcs majestically overhead, its countless stars blurring into a luminous band. It is a sight that has inspired awe and wonder in every human civilization, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and our place within it. The subtle shift in the air, the gentle cooling, the faint scent of damp earth, these are the quiet signals of the night's progression. The world outside the immediate vicinity of the temple seems to fade away, leaving only the ancient stones, the silent jungle, and the boundless sky. This profound sense of isolation, far from being unsettling, is deeply comforting. It allows for a complete immersion in the moment, a surrender to the timeless rhythms of nature and history. The ancient drums, which once echoed through these plazas during ceremonies and celebrations, are now silent. Their rhythmic beats, which once guided dances, marked rituals, and called forth deities, have long since faded into the mists of time. Yet, in the deep quiet of the night, one can almost hear their phantom echoes, a faint, resonant thrumming beneath the surface of the silence. It is a sound that lives in the imagination, a whisper from the past that reminds us of the vibrant life that once thrived here. The Maya used a variety of percussion instruments, including drums made from hollowed logs with deer hides stretched over one end, rattles made from gourds or shells, and whistles crafted from bone or clay. These instruments were integral to their religious ceremonies, accompanying dances, processions, and offerings. The deep, resonant thud of a large drum would have carried far through the jungle, signaling important events and drawing the community together. The sound of the jungle at this hour is a natural lullaby, a symphony of subtle whispers and distant calls. The air is still, almost heavy with the scent of night-blooming flowers and damp earth. The stars above continue their slow, majestic procession, each one a tiny beacon in the vast, dark ocean of space. The ancient temples, bathed in this soft, celestial light, stand as enduring monuments to human ingenuity and spiritual aspiration. Their massive forms, now softened by the darkness, seem to merge with the very fabric of the night, becoming one with the earth and the sky. This deep, enveloping quiet, punctuated only by the gentle sounds of the nocturnal world, creates a profound sense of peace, a quiet invitation to rest within the embrace of this ancient, starlit world. The ancient temples, bathed in this soft, celestial light, stand as enduring monuments to human ingenuity and spiritual aspiration. Their massive forms, now softened by the darkness, seem to merge with the very fabric of the night, becoming one with the earth and the sky. This deep, enveloping quiet, punctuated only by the gentle sounds of the nocturnal world, creates a profound sense of peace, a quiet invitation to rest within the embrace of this ancient, starlit world. The journey into this ancient realm begins not with a sudden revelation, but with a gradual, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere. The air itself seems to thicken, laden with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the elusive perfume of night-blooming jungle flora. This is the air of the Yucatán Peninsula, a land steeped in millennia of history, where the very ground beneath your feet holds secrets whispered by the wind through towering saber trees. The Maya, a civilization of unparalleled intellectual and artistic achievement, flourished here for over 2,000 years, leaving behind an indelible legacy carved in stone and etched into the very landscape. Their cities, once bustling centers of commerce, ceremony, and astronomical observation, now stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their grandeur softened by the encroaching jungle. We find ourselves at the edge of one such city, perhaps Palenque, Tikal, or Calakmul, each a jewel in the crown of the classic Maya period, which spanned from approximately 250 to 900 CE. The specific location matters less than the profound sense of place it evokes, a place where the veil between worlds feels thin, where the echoes of ancient rituals still resonate in the humid night air. The jungle, a living, breathing entity, presses in from all sides, its dense canopy forming an impenetrable ceiling that filters the starlight into soft, diffuse patterns on the forest floor. This is a primary rainforest, a complex ecosystem teeming with life, where every rustle, every chirp, every distant call contributes to a symphony of natural sounds that has played out for countless centuries. The path before us is not a modern paved road, but a narrow, winding track, softened by layers of fallen leaves and the persistent growth of moss. It is a path trodden by generations of Maya, by priests ascending pyramids for celestial observations, by merchants carrying precious jade and obsidian, by warriors returning from distant campaigns. The ground beneath our feet is uneven, hinting at the buried foundations of smaller structures, homes, and workshops that once formed the vibrant fabric of a thriving city. The Maya were master urban planners, their cities often organized around central plazas, with monumental architecture, pyramids, palaces, ball courts, arranged in precise alignments that reflected their deep understanding of astronomy and cosmology. As we move deeper, the sounds of the distant modern world recede entirely, replaced by the immediate, intimate chorus of the jungle. The chirping of crickets becomes more pronounced, a rhythmic, hypnotic pulse that underlies all other sounds. Tree frogs begin their nightly serenade, their calls varying in pitch and intensity, creating a complex polyphony. These small amphibians, often brightly colored, are an integral part of the jungle ecosystem, their presence a testament to the health and vitality of the environment. Their calls are not random, they are communications, territorial claims, mating invitations, all part of the intricate dance of life in the rainforest. The air grows cooler now, the oppressive heat of the day having dissipated into the vastness of the night sky. A gentle breeze, almost imperceptible, rustles the broad leaves of the banana plants and the feathery fronds of the palms. The scent of orchids, hidden within the upper canopy, occasionally drifts down, a fleeting, sweet fragrance that momentarily cuts through the earthy aroma of the forest floor. The Maya held a deep reverence for the natural world, understanding their place within its intricate web. Their art and mythology are replete with images of jaguars, serpents, quetzal birds, and the sacred saber tree, which they believed connected the underworld, the earthly realm, and the heavens. The path begins to ascend slightly, a subtle incline that suggests we are approaching a more significant structure. The dense foliage gradually gives way, revealing glimpses of massive stone forms through the gaps in the trees. These are the outer edges of the ceremonial core of the city, the monumental heart where the most important rituals and public events took place. The Maya built with a profound understanding of engineering and mathematics, their structures designed not only for aesthetic grandeur but also for astronomical precision. Many temples and observatories were aligned to solstices, equinoxes, and the precise rising and setting points of celestial bodies, reflecting their sophisticated calendrical systems. The first glimpse of a temple, partially obscured by vines and the shadows of ancient trees, is always breathtaking. It is not the pristine, restored image found in textbooks, but a living ruin, reclaimed by the jungle, its stone surfaces textured by time and the elements. Mosses and lichens cling to the carved facades, their green and grey hues adding depth and character to the weathered stone. Small ferns sprout from cracks, their delicate fronds swaying gently in the night air. This organic integration with nature is a testament to the power of the jungle, a constant reminder of the cyclical nature of growth and decay, a theme deeply embedded in Mayan cosmology. We pause for a moment, allowing the full weight of this ancient presence to settle upon us. The sheer scale of the architecture is humbling. These structures were built without metal tools, without beasts of burden, relying solely on human ingenuity, labor, and a profound understanding of quarrying and construction techniques. Limestone, abundant in the Yucatán, was the primary building material, often quarried nearby and then shaped with chert tools. The Maya also developed a sophisticated form of concrete, using burnt limestone to create a durable stucco that could be molded and painted. The air here feels different, cooler, perhaps, and imbued with a palpable sense of history. the sounds of the jungle seem to soften, as if in deference to the silent majesty of the stone. We can now discern the faint outlines of carved details on the temple's lower levels, perhaps a mask of the rain god Chark, with his distinctive long nose, or a stylized serpent, a powerful symbol of fertility, rebirth, and the earth itself. These carvings were not merely decorative, they were narratives, conveying myths, historical events, and religious doctrines to a largely illiterate populace. They were visual sermons, etched in stone for eternity. The path widened slightly, opening into a smaller plaza, a precursor to the grand central square. Here, the ground is flatter, less overgrown, suggesting it was once an important gathering place. Perhaps market days were held here, with merchants from distant regions exchanging goods like obsidian from the Guatemalan highlands, jade from the Motiahgua River Valley, and shells from the Caribbean coast. Or perhaps it was a space for public ceremonies, for dances and processions that marked the turning of the seasons or celebrated a royal accession. The Maya had a complex social structure, with a ruling elite of kings and nobles, a priestly class, skilled artisans, and a large agricultural population. Above us, the moon, perhaps a sliver or a full orb, casts long, dancing shadows through the trees, creating an ethereal play of light and darkness on the ancient stones. The quality of moonlight in the jungle is unique. It penetrates the canopy in fractured beams, illuminating patches of the forest floor with a soft, silver glow. This natural illumination enhances the sense of mystery, transforming familiar shapes into something otherworldly. The Maya were keen observers of the moon, charting its cycles with remarkable accuracy. Their lunar calendar, often integrated with their solar calendar, Hab, and ritual calendar, Solkin, was crucial for agricultural planning and religious observances. As we approach the base of the main temple, the sheer verticality of its structure becomes apparent. It rises from the jungle floor like a mountain, its tiered platforms receding into the darkness above. Mayan pyramids were not smooth-sided like their Egyptian counterparts. Instead, they were typically stepped, with steep staircases ascending each level to a temple structure at the summit. These stairs, often narrow and high, were designed to create a dramatic ascent, a symbolic journey from the earthly realm to the celestial. The act of climbing such a pyramid was itself a ritual, a physical and spiritual pilgrimage. The base of the temple is massive, constructed from carefully cut and fitted limestone blocks. Some of these blocks weigh many tons, their placement a testament to the organizational skills and sheer manpower of the Maya. The engineering involved in moving and lifting these stones, often without the aid of wheeled vehicles, remains a source of wonder. It is believed that ramps, levers, and large numbers of labourers were employed, working in concert to shape the landscape according to the vision of their rulers and priests. The air here is still, heavy with the scent of ancient stone and the lingering dampness of the jungle. A faint, earthy aroma, perhaps from the decomposition of organic matter that has accumulated over centuries, adds to the profound sense of antiquity. The silence is not absolute, it is a rich, textured silence, filled with the subtle hum of insects, the distant hoot of an owl, and the almost imperceptible rustle of leaves high in the canopy. These are the sounds that have accompanied these temples for over 1 millennium, the natural soundtrack to their enduring presence. We begin our ascent, not up the main ceremonial staircase, but along a gentler, winding path that skirts the side of the pyramid. This path, likely used by maintenance crews or perhaps for less formal access, offers a different perspective, allowing us to appreciate the intricate construction details of the lower platforms. Each level is set back slightly from the one below it, creating a series of terraces that were often adorned with stucco sculptures or painted murals. While much of this perishable art has been lost to time and the elements, archaeological excavations have revealed tantalizing fragments, offering glimpses into the vibrant visual culture of the Maya. The stone beneath our hands, as we steady ourselves, feels cool and smooth in some places, rough and eroded in others. It bears the marks of countless rainy seasons, of wind and sun, of the relentless passage of time. Yet, it also bears the marks of human hands, the precise cuts and smoothed surfaces that speak of meticulous craftsmanship. The Maya were skilled stonemasons, their tools primarily made of harder stones like chert and obsidian, used for pecking, grinding, and polishing the softer limestone. As we ascend, the canopy begins to thin above us, allowing more of the starlit sky to become visible. The stars, unobscured by city lights, blaze with an intensity rarely seen in the modern world. The Milky Way, a luminous band of countless stars, stretches across the heavens, a cosmic river of light. For the Maya, the night sky was not merely a backdrop, it was a living text, a celestial clock, and a map of the divine. They identified constellations, tracked planetary movements, and understood the cyclical nature of astronomical phenomena with remarkable accuracy, integrating this knowledge into their complex calendrical systems and religious beliefs. The path continues its gentle spiral, leading us higher and higher, each step revealing a new vista of the surrounding jungle. Below, the dense green carpet of the rainforest stretches out to the horizon, an undulating sea of foliage, punctuated by the occasional emergent tree that towers above the rest. These emergent trees, often sabres or mahogany, can reach heights of over 150 feet, their crowns forming a distinct layer above the main canopy. The sabre, in particular, was sacred to the Maya, believed to be the tree of life, its roots reaching into the underworld and its branches supporting the heavens. The air becomes noticeably lighter, carrying a fresher, cleaner scent. The humidity, while still present, feels less oppressive at this elevation. A subtle breeze, perhaps a precursor to dawn, whispers through the leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound that is both calming and invigorating. This gentle wind carries the faint, earthy fragrance of the jungle, a complex mixture of damp soil, decaying wood, and the elusive perfume of night-blooming flowers. The Maya cultivated many plants for food, medicine, and ritual purposes, including maize, beans, squash, cacao, and various medicinal herbs. We reach a wider terrace, a natural resting point, offering a panoramic view of the city below. From this vantage point, the outlines of other structures become visible through the breaks in the canopy, smaller temples, residential compounds, and perhaps the distinctive shape of a ball court. The Mayan ball game, played with a rubber ball on specially constructed courts, was a central feature of their culture, often imbued with deep religious and political significance. Games could be played for sport, for ritual, or to resolve conflicts, and sometimes involved human sacrifice. The silence here is profound, broken only by the distant calls of nocturnal animals. A faint, low hoot, perhaps from a great horned owl, echoes through the trees, a sound both ancient and timeless. Owls held symbolic significance for the Maya, often associated with the underworld and with messengers of the gods. Their nocturnal habits and piercing gaze made them creatures of mystery and power in Mayan cosmology. The stars above us seem to multiply, their brilliance undimmed by any artificial light. The constellations familiar to the Maya, the jaguar, the turtle, the scorpion, are now clearly visible, tracing their paths across the dark canvas of the sky. The Maya developed sophisticated astronomical observatories, often integrated into their temple complexes, allowing them to track the movements of planets like Venus, which held immense importance in their calendrical and mythological systems. The Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving Mayan books, contains detailed astronomical tables, including predictions for lunar and solar eclipses. As we continue our slow, deliberate ascent, the path narrows again, drawing us closer to the stone face of the pyramid. The intricate carvings, now closer, reveal more detail: the stylized feathers of a Quetzal bird, a symbol of royalty and divinity, or the glyphs of a calendrical date, marking a significant event in the city's history. Mayan writing, a complex system of hieroglyphs, combined logograms, representing entire words, with syllabic signs, representing sounds. Decipherment of this script, largely achieved in the latter half of the 20th century, has revolutionized our understanding of Mayan history, politics, and religion. The air at this higher elevation is distinctly cooler, carrying a crispness that was absent on the jungle floor. The subtle scent of ozone, perhaps from distant lightning storms over the Caribbean, occasionally drifts on the breeze, a reminder of the vastness of the natural world. The Maya were acutely aware of weather patterns, their agricultural cycles entirely dependent on the seasonal rains. Their rain god, Chark, was one of the most important deities in their pantheon, often depicted with a long, curling nose and carrying an axe to strike clouds and bring forth rain. The final stretch of the path leads us to the summit, to the platform upon which the temple structure itself rests. This is the sacred space, the highest point, closest to the heavens. The temple building at the top is not a massive, cavernous structure, but typically a smaller, more intimate sanctuary, often consisting of one or more rooms. These rooms were used for priestly rituals, for offerings, and for housing sacred objects. The walls might have once been painted with vibrant murals depicting scenes from mythology, historical events, or the lives of rulers. Standing on this elevated platform, the world seems to fall away beneath us. The jungle stretches out in every direction, an endless expanse of dark green under the starlit sky. The other temples and structures of the city are now visible as dark silhouettes against the lighter backdrop of the horizon, their forms softened by the distance and the darkness. This panoramic view offers a profound sense of perspective, a realization of the immense scale of these ancient cities and the vastness of the natural world that surrounds them. The silence at the summit is different. It is a vast, encompassing silence, broken only by the gentle sigh of the wind and the distant, almost imperceptible hum of the jungle below. It is a silence that invites contemplation, a quiet space where the echoes of time seem to converge. The Maya believed that their rulers, upon death, ascended to the heavens to become one with the stars, and that the temples served as conduits between the earthly and celestial realms. From this vantage point, it is easy to understand why they chose such high places for their most sacred structures. The night sky above us is a breathtaking spectacle. Thousands upon thousands of stars, each a distant sun, glitter with an unwavering intensity. The Milky Way, now directly overhead, appears as a luminous river of light, its intricate structure of dust lanes and star clusters clearly visible. For the Maya, this celestial band was often associated with the cosmic serpent or the path of the gods, a celestial highway connecting different realms of existence. Their sophisticated understanding of astronomy allowed them to track the movements of these celestial bodies with remarkable precision, integrating this knowledge into their complex calendrical systems and religious beliefs. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the clean scent of the high canopy and the subtle aroma of damp stone. The gentle breeze, a constant companion at this elevation, whispers softly around the temple, creating a faint, rustling sound that is both soothing and timeless. This breeze carries the faint, earthy fragrance of the jungle, a complex mixture of damp soil, decaying wood, and the elusive perfume of night-blooming flowers. The Maya cultivated many plants for food, medicine, and ritual purposes, including maize, beans, squash, cacao, and various medicinal herbs. The temple structure itself, though weathered by centuries, retains an undeniable majesty. Its stone surfaces, illuminated by the soft starlight, reveal subtle variations in texture and color. The intricate carvings, though softened by time, still convey a sense of purpose and meaning, telling stories of gods, kings, and the cyclical nature of existence. These narratives, etched in stone, were not merely decorative, they were vital expressions of Mayan cosmology, history, and religious belief, intended to be read and understood by those who ascended to this sacred space. The feeling of being here, atop an ancient Mayan temple at midnight, under a canopy of countless stars, is one of profound connection. It is a connection to the ingenuity of the human spirit, to the enduring power of nature, and to the vast, mysterious forces of the cosmos. The silence, the starlight, the ancient stones, all conspire to create an atmosphere of deep tranquility, a sense of being held within the embrace of something much larger and older than ourselves. This quiet moment, suspended between the earth and the heavens, offers a unique opportunity for reflection, for a gentle turning inward, as the ancient world slowly begins to reveal its deeper secrets. The subtle shifts in the nocturnal jungle, the gradual emergence of new sounds and scents, signal a deepening immersion into this timeless landscape. The subtle shifts in the nocturnal jungle, the gradual emergence of new sounds and scents, signal a deepening immersion into this timeless landscape. Above the dense canopy, the celestial tapestry unfolds with breathtaking grandeur, a spectacle that has captivated human eyes for millennia. The first stars, faint pinpricks of light, emerge through the fading twilight, gradually multiplying until the entire sky becomes a shimmering canvas of cosmic dust and distant suns. This is the cosmic canopy, a vast, silent ocean of light that stretches beyond comprehension, offering a profound sense of peace and perspective. The Mayans, keen observers of the heavens, understood the profound connection between the terrestrial and the celestial realms. Their cities, their temples, their very lives were oriented to the movements of these distant lights. They charted the paths of planets, predicted eclipses, and marked the solstices and equinoxes with astonishing precision. The sky above these temples was not merely a backdrop, it was a living calendar, a sacred text, a guide for their agricultural cycles and their spiritual practices. Tonight, as the darkness deepens, we witness a similar sky, perhaps one almost identical to what the ancient priests and astronomers observed from these very platforms. Imagine the constellations, familiar yet subtly different from this equatorial vantage point. Orion, the mighty hunter, might hang slightly lower, his belt stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka, glowing with an intense, steady light. The Pleiades, the Seven Sisters, would be a delicate cluster, a shimmering jewel box visible even through the faint haze of the jungle air. The Milky Way, our home galaxy, would stretch across the zenith like a luminous river, its countless stars blurring into a soft, ethereal glow. This band of light, the Xibalba Bay, or road to the underworld in some Mayan cosmologies, was seen as a path for souls, a celestial highway connecting the earthly realm to the divine. The moon, if present, would cast a soft, silvery luminescence over the scene. Its light, filtered through the upper branches of the ceiba trees, would create intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor, a silent dance of illumination and obscurity. On a moonless night, the stars would reign supreme, their collective brilliance painting the jungle in shades of deep indigo and velvet black, punctuated by the sharp, clear points of light. Each star, a distant sun, contributes to this grand display, a silent symphony of light that has played out above this ancient land for countless ages. The subtle changes in light are a part of this nocturnal rhythm. As the moon traverses the sky, its gentle glow shifts, altering the contours of the jungle, highlighting different aspects of the temple structures. A moment ago, a certain buttress might have been shrouded in deep shadow. Now, a sliver of moonlight catches its weathered edge, revealing a faint, intricate carving. These fleeting moments of illumination offer glimpses into the artistry and devotion of the Mayan builders, whose work was often designed to interact with the celestial light. The intricate patterns of starlight filtering through the canopy are particularly mesmerizing. Where the jungle is densest, only a few pinpricks of light penetrate, creating a sense of intimacy and enclosure. In more open clearings, or from the summit of a temple, the full majesty of the night sky is revealed, a breathtaking panorama that inspires both awe and a profound sense of calm. The vastness and silence of the night sky above the temples are a powerful reminder of the cosmic scale of existence, a gentle invitation to contemplate our place within this grand design. The stars are presented as a source of gentle, guiding light, tiny, comforting beacons scattered across the velvet expanse. They evoke a sense of universal peace and order, their predictable movements a testament to the enduring laws of the cosmos. The cyclical nature of night and stars, the constant rotation of the celestial sphere, offers a reassuring rhythm, a timeless dance that transcends the fleeting moments of human experience. This cosmic wonder, this vastness, holds a unique power to quiet the mind, to soothe the spirit, and to guide one towards a state of profound tranquility. As the celestial backdrop establishes itself, a sense of deep quietude descends, a profound stillness that seems to emanate from the very stones of the ancient temples. These are not mere ruins, they are enduring monuments, silent witnesses to centuries of human endeavor, belief, and astronomical observation. The Mayan temples evoke a powerful sense of mystery and history, their monumental forms rising from the jungle floor like petrified mountains. They stand as testaments to a civilization that achieved extraordinary feats of architecture, mathematics, and astronomy, all without the use of metal tools or the wheel. The moonlight, or the soft glow of starlight, now illuminates the intricate carvings on the temple walls, revealing details that might be overlooked in the harsh light of day. Hieroglyphs, figures of deities, and symbols of cosmic events are etched into the stone, telling stories of creation, sacrifice, and the eternal cycles of time. These carvings are not just decoration, they are a written language, a complex system of glyphs that recorded history, prophesies, and astronomical data. Each glyph is a tiny window into the Mayan worldview, a glimpse into their understanding of the universe. The sensation of timelessness within this ancient setting is palpable. The air itself seems to carry the echoes of centuries, the whispers of ceremonies performed on these very platforms, the chants of priests, the footsteps of kings. To stand here, or to imagine oneself resting within the embrace of these structures, is to connect with a lineage of human experience that stretches back into the mists of antiquity. The feeling of being protected by these ancient structures is profound. Their massive stone walls, built to withstand the ravages of time and jungle, offer a sense of enduring strength and security. Soft shadows dance on the temple steps, cast by the shifting starlight or the gentle sway of the jungle foliage. These elongated shadows create a dynamic interplay of light and dark, transforming the familiar architectural forms into something ethereal and dreamlike. The feeling of warmth emanating from the ancient stones, absorbed during the day's sun, is a subtle comfort. Even at night, these massive blocks retain a gentle heat, a silent memory of the sun's embrace. The feeling of ancient energy permeating the air is almost tangible. These sites were considered sacred, places where the veil between worlds was thin, where communication with the gods and ancestors was possible. The sheer scale and age of the Mayan temples are awe-inspiring. Structures like El Castillo at Chichen Itza, or the Temple of the Great Jaguar at Tikal, rise majestically, their stepped pyramids reaching towards the heavens. Each stone was quarried, transported, and meticulously placed by hand, a monumental effort driven by faith and a sophisticated understanding of engineering. Imagine walking through overgrown pathways, the soft moss or cool stone underfoot. The jungle embraces the temples, its roots and vines slowly reclaiming what was once built, yet the structures endure, a testament to their robust construction. The narrative invites a gentle journey within the temple grounds, a slow, deliberate exploration of its quiet corners. Perhaps a secluded spot within the temple complex, a quiet courtyard, or a sheltered alcove, offers a perfect place for contemplation. The intricate carvings on the temple walls, illuminated by moonlight, reveal their stories in hushed tones. The feathered serpent, Kukulkan, might be visible, its undulating form a symbol of creation and renewal. Figures of Mayan lords, adorned with elaborate headdresses and jade jewelry, gaze out from the stone, their power and authority still palpable. These are not just images, they are historical records, artistic expressions, and spiritual symbols all woven into the fabric of the stone. The temples themselves can be seen as silent, wise guardians, standing sentinel over the jungle, preserving the secrets of a bygone era. They exude a sense of peaceful solitude, a profound quiet that invites introspection. The midnight setting enhances this mystery and quietude, transforming the familiar into something extraordinary. The vastness of the structures, their enduring presence, speaks of a deep connection to the past and to nature. The feeling of cool, smooth stone beneath a resting body can be profoundly soothing. The texture of the ancient rock, worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain, offers a grounding sensation. Perhaps a quiet, reflective pool near the temples, a cenote or a rainwater basin, mirrors the starlit sky, creating a double expanse of cosmic wonder. The gentle lapping of water, if any, would be a soft counterpoint to the pervasive silence. This journey through the ancient stones and sacred silence is a journey inward, a gentle turning away from the distractions of the outer world. It is an invitation to experience the profound calm that emanates from these timeless places, to feel the weight of history and the embrace of nature. The immense scale and age of these structures, their intricate details, and their enduring presence all contribute to a sense of wonder and awe, a deep appreciation for the human spirit and its capacity for creation. As this sense of profound calm settles, a new element begins to emerge from the depths of the jungle, a subtle, rhythmic pulse that gradually deepens the atmosphere of tranquility. It is the distant, rhythmic sound of ancient drums. The distant, rhythmic sound of ancient drums now weaves itself into the jungle's nocturnal symphony. It is a subtle, resonant thrum, a heartbeat echoing through time, originating from somewhere deeper within the verdant expanse. This sound is not intrusive, but rather an organic part of the night, a gentle, persistent pulse that seems to emanate from the very earth itself. It is a sound deeply intertwined with Mayan culture, a fundamental expression of their beliefs, rituals, and daily lives. The drums of the ancient Maya were crafted from materials readily available in their environment. Wood was a primary choice, often hollowed logs or carved sections of tree trunks. Animal skins, meticulously prepared and stretched taut, formed the drumheads. Deer, jaguar, and peccary hides were commonly used, each offering a distinct tonal quality. The size and shape of the drum, along with the type of skin and the tension applied, all contributed to the unique sound produced. These instruments were not merely musical tools, but sacred objects, imbued with spiritual significance. One of the most common types of Mayan drum was the tuncal or tepanastli, a horizontal log drum. This instrument was typically carved from a single piece of wood, often cedar or mahogany, and featured an H-shaped slit on its upper surface. When struck with mallets, usually tipped with rubber or deerskin, the two tongues created by the slit produced distinct pitches. The tuncal could produce a deep, resonant tone, capable of carrying its sound across considerable distances through the dense jungle canopy. Its sound was often described as resembling a human voice or the roar of a jaguar, powerful and evocative. Another important drum was the vertical drum, often referred to as a pax in some Mayan languages. These were more akin to modern-day goblet drums or congas, with a single head stretched over a wooden or ceramic body. They were played with the hands, allowing for a greater range of rhythmic complexity and subtle tonal variations. Smaller hand drums, sometimes made from goods, also played a role in ceremonies and musical performances. The variety of drums allowed for a rich tapestry of sound, each instrument contributing its unique voice to the collective rhythm. the drums served multiple purposes within Mayan society. They were central to religious ceremonies, accompanying rituals, dances, and offerings to the gods. The rhythmic patterns were believed to facilitate communication with the divine, to invoke deities, and to guide shamans in their spiritual journeys. The steady beat could induce a trance-like state, both for the performers and the participants, opening pathways to other realms of consciousness. The sounds were not just entertainment, but a profound form of spiritual technology. Beyond their sacred function, drums also played a role in secular life. They marked important events, celebrated victories, and accompanied communal gatherings. They could signal warnings, communicate across distances, or simply provide a backdrop for storytelling and social interaction. The rhythm of the drums was an integral part of the fabric of Mayan existence, a constant presence in their vibrant civilization. The sound you now perceive is not a cacophony, but a carefully orchestrated rhythm, a deep, measured pulse that seems to resonate with the very stones of the temples. It is a rhythm that speaks of continuity, of ancient knowledge passed down through generations. Imagine the drummers, perhaps positioned in a specific plaza or atop a pyramid, their movements precise and practiced, their focus absolute. Their hands or mallets strike the taut skins or carved wood, coaxing forth sounds that have echoed through these jungles for millennia. The particular rhythm you hear now is slow, deliberate, almost meditative. It is a pattern that suggests contemplation, perhaps a ritual of remembrance or a quiet invocation. It is not a frenetic battle drum, nor a joyous celebration, but something deeper, more introspective. It is a rhythm designed to soothe, to connect the listener with the ancient pulse of the earth and the cosmos. The Maya were keen observers of the celestial bodies, and their understanding of astronomy was deeply integrated into their worldview and their music. The cycles of the moon, the movements of the planets, and the precession of the stars were all reflected in their art, architecture, and indeed, their rhythmic compositions. Some scholars suggest that certain drum patterns may have mimicked astronomical cycles or even the heartbeat of the cosmos itself. The drums were a way of bringing the vastness of the universe into human experience, making the abstract tangible through sound. As the drumbeat continues, it seems to draw you further into the heart of this ancient world. The sound is not static, it subtly shifts, the emphasis moving from one beat to the next, creating a gentle ebb and flow. It is a living sound, imbued with the spirit of its creators and the enduring power of the jungle. The air itself seems to carry the vibrations, a subtle tremor that passes through the leaves of the trees and the ancient stones. Consider the materials once more. The wood, perhaps from a kapok tree, revered by the Maya as the tree of life, its branches reaching into the heavens, its roots plunging into the underworld. The skin, from an animal that roamed these very jungles, its spirit now contributing to the sacred sound. Each element of the drum carries a story, a connection to the natural world and the spiritual beliefs of the Maya. The craftsmanship involved in creating these instruments was itself an art form, a testament to their skill and dedication. The sound of these drums would have been a familiar comfort to the ancient Maya, a constant presence in their lives. From the bustling marketplaces to the solemn temple precincts, the rhythm would have provided a backdrop to their daily activities and their most profound ceremonies. It was a sound that connected them to their ancestors, to their gods, and to the very essence of their civilization. It was a sound of identity, of belonging, of continuity. As the night deepens and the stars continue their slow, majestic dance across the sky, the rhythmic drumming becomes more pronounced, yet never loses its gentle quality. It is a sound that invites introspection, a quiet contemplation of the vastness of time and the enduring legacy of human endeavor. The jungle, with its myriad sounds, seems to recede slightly, allowing the drums to take center stage in this nocturnal performance. The chirping of insects, the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, all these sounds now form a subtle accompaniment to the primary rhythm of the drums. The drummers, though unseen, are a powerful presence. Their dedication to their craft, their understanding of the spiritual significance of their music, and their connection to the ancient traditions are palpable in every beat. They are conduits for a timeless message, a vibrational language that transcends words. This language speaks of the sacredness of life, the cycles of creation and destruction, and the eternal dance between humanity and the cosmos. The sound is a reminder of the Mayas' profound connection to their environment. They did not see themselves as separate from nature, but as an integral part of it. The jungle provided their sustenance, their building materials, their medicines, and their inspiration. The sounds of the jungle were woven into their music, their art, and their spiritual practices. The drums, in turn, gave voice to the jungle, echoing its rhythms and its mysteries. Imagine the ceremonies that would have unfolded to these rhythms. Priests, adorned in elaborate regalia, performing sacred dances. Incense burners releasing fragrant smoke, carrying prayers skyward. Offerings of jade, copal, and precious feathers laid before the altars. The collective energy of the community, united by the shared experience of ritual and the unifying pulse of the drums. These were moments of profound spiritual connection, of communal identity, and of cosmic alignment. The specific drum patterns often conveyed meaning. Some rhythms might have been associated with specific deities, such as Itsamna, the creator god, or Kukulkan, the feathered serpent. Others might have marked agricultural cycles, like the planting or harvesting of maize, the staple crop of the Maya. Still others could have been used for healing rituals, guiding the sick towards recovery through the power of sound. The complexity of their rhythmic language was immense, a testament to their sophisticated understanding of music and its role in human experience. The resonance of the drums seems to fill the space around you, not with overwhelming volume, but with a pervasive, comforting presence. It is a sound that bypasses the intellect and speaks directly to the deeper parts of the self, to the ancient, primal rhythms that lie within all of us. It is a sound that invites a letting go of the external world, encouraging a deeper immersion into the present moment, into the quiet majesty of this ancient night. The rhythmic pulse is steady, unwavering. It is a testament to the enduring power of tradition, to the resilience of cultural memory. Even after centuries of silence, the echoes of these rhythms seem to persist, carried on the jungle air, whispered by the wind through the ancient stones. It is as if the very spirit of the Mayan civilization is reawakening through these subtle, yet profound, vibrations. The sound is a gentle anchor, holding you in this moment, in this place. It is a reminder of the deep interconnectedness of all things, the earth, the sky, the ancient past, and the present moment. The drums speak of cycles, of beginnings and endings, of the eternal flow of time. They speak of the enduring human quest for meaning, for connection, for understanding the mysteries of the universe. As the night progresses, the air grows cooler, and the jungle's nocturnal chorus softens further, allowing the drums to become even more prominent in their gentle insistence. The rhythm remains consistent, a steady, soothing beat that seems to synchronize with the quiet unfolding of the night. It is a sound that cradles, a sound that protects, a sound that guides. Consider the journey of sound itself. How these vibrations travel through the air, through the leaves, through the very earth, reaching you here. Sound is energy, a wave that carries information and emotion. The ancient Maya understood this power, harnessing it for their most sacred purposes. The drums were not just instruments, they were conduits of power, vessels of spiritual energy. The deep, resonant tones of the tuncal might be heard, followed by the softer, hand-played rhythms of the vertical drums, creating a layered, textured soundscape. The interplay of these different timbres adds to the richness of the experience, a subtle complexity within the overarching simplicity of the rhythm. It is a masterclass in sonic storytelling, a narrative woven from pure sound. This rhythmic tapestry is a living legacy, a continuation of a tradition that stretches back thousands of years. The Maya were not only master architects and astronomers, but also profound artists and musicians. Their music was an integral part of their sophisticated culture, reflecting their deep spiritual understanding and their intricate social structures. The drums were a voice for their civilization, a means of expressing their collective soul. The sound now seems to permeate the very fabric of the night. It is no longer just an external sound, but something that resonates within, a gentle vibration that calms and centers. It is a sound designed to bring peace, to quiet the restless mind, and to usher in a state of profound tranquility. The rhythm is a lullaby from an ancient world, a gentle invitation to surrender to the quietude of the night. The subtle variations in the drum beat, the slight changes in emphasis or intensity, create a dynamic yet profoundly soothing pattern. It is never monotonous, but rather a living, breathing rhythm, full of subtle nuances that reward patient listening. These are the subtleties that distinguish true mastery, the ability to create depth and meaning within a seemingly simple framework. The drums are a bridge across time, connecting the present moment with the distant past. They allow a glimpse into the spiritual heart of the Mayan civilization, offering a profound sense of connection to their enduring wisdom and their reverence for the natural world. This rhythmic pulse is a testament to their enduring spirit, a quiet declaration that their legacy continues to echo through the ages. As the night deepens further and the air becomes stiller, the drumbeat becomes the dominant sound, a gentle, persistent presence that enfolds you. It is a sound that encourages a deeper release, a surrender to the profound peace of the ancient jungle night. The world outside this moment seems to fade, replaced by the encompassing rhythm, the silent majesty of the temples, and the watchful gaze of the stars. This ancient rhythm is a profound lullaby, a timeless melody that now guides you deeper into the quiet embrace of the night. The ancient rhythm, a profound lullaby, a timeless melody, now guides you deeper into the quiet embrace of the night. This rhythm, born of wood and hide, echoes the very pulse of the earth beneath the temples. It is a sound that has resonated through these jungles for millennia, a constant companion to the rise and fall of civilizations. The drums of the Maya were not merely musical instruments in the modern sense. They were conduits, voices that spoke to the gods, to the ancestors, and to the very fabric of the cosmos. Their construction was an art, a sacred craft passed down through generations. The materials themselves held significance. The wood for the drum bodies often came from specific trees, chosen for their resonance and spiritual properties. The drumheads were typically made from animal hides, deer, jaguar, or peccary, stretched taut and treated with great care. Each drum, whether a tall, standing tuncle or a smaller, handheld pax, possessed its own unique voice, its own story. The tuncle, a slit drum carved from a hollowed log, produced two distinct pitches when struck, creating complex rhythmic patterns that could convey messages across vast distances or accompany intricate ceremonial dances. Its deep, resonant tones carried far through the dense jungle canopy. The pax, a frame drum, offered a brighter, more percussive sound, often played with the hands or with small mallets. These smaller drums were versatile, used in a variety of contexts from intimate gatherings to grand public rituals. The drummers themselves were highly skilled individuals, often members of priestly classes or specialized guilds, who understood the intricate language of the rhythms. They knew how to evoke specific emotions, how to summon particular deities, and how to guide the collective consciousness of the community through sound. Their training began in childhood, a rigorous apprenticeship that involved not only mastering the physical techniques but also understanding the profound spiritual significance of each beat. As the drumbeat continues, a steady, unwavering presence in the night, imagine the hands that once played these instruments. Hands that knew the texture of the wood, the tension of the hide, the exact point of impact to produce the desired tone. Hands that were extensions of a mind deeply attuned to the cycles of the moon, the movements of the stars, and the rhythms of the natural world. The sounds they created were not arbitrary, they were carefully composed, reflecting the complex cosmology of the Maya. Each rhythm could represent a specific deity, a historical event, or a prophecy. The tempo could shift, accelerating to evoke a sense of urgency or slowing to induce a state of profound contemplation. Tonight, the rhythm is one of gentle persistence, a steady current that carries you deeper into the stillness. It is a rhythm of peace, a sound designed to soothe and to center. The air around the temple seems to hum with this ancient energy, a resonance that has permeated the very stones. These stones, laid with such precision, tell their own stories. The Maya were master builders, their architectural achievements reflecting a sophisticated understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. The temples themselves were not merely places of worship, they were cosmic observatories, sacred mountains, and eternal homes for their gods. Consider the great plaza of Tikal, for instance, where the Temple of the Grand Jaguar, or Temple 1, stands sentinel. This majestic pyramid, rising over 150 feet into the night sky, was built around 732 AD by Jasur Chan Kawil I, a powerful ruler of Tikal. It served as his funerary monument, a grand stairway to the heavens for his spirit. The 9 steeply rising terraces of the pyramid are believed to represent the 9 levels of the Mayan underworld, Xibalba, through which the deceased ruler would journey before ascending to the celestial realm. The temple's summit, crowned by a distinctive roof comb, once held intricate stucco sculptures depicting deities and important historical figures. Across the plaza, Temple 2, the Temple of the Mask, stands in elegant counterpoint. Slightly shorter, at around 125 feet, it was likely built for Jasor Chan Karwil I's consort, Lady Lakhan Unen Mo. Its broad, sweeping stairway and more accessible summit suggest a different ceremonial function, perhaps one more directly involving the living community. The plaza itself, a vast open space, was the heart of Tikal, a stage for grand ceremonies, public rituals, and astronomical observations. Imagine it under the full moon, illuminated by torchlight, filled with the sounds of drums and chants, the air thick with the scent of copal incense. The construction of these monumental structures was an immense undertaking, requiring vast resources and organized labor. Limestone, the primary building material, was quarried locally, then cut and transported to the construction sites. The Maya did not use metal tools for cutting stone. Instead, they relied on harder stones like chert and obsidian, along with wooden wedges and water to split the rock. The blocks were then shaped and fitted together with remarkable precision, often without the use of mortar, or with a lime-based mortar that hardened over time. The sheer scale of the effort speaks to the profound spiritual and political motivations behind these creations. Each temple was a testament to the power of the ruler, the devotion of the people, and the enduring connection between the earthly and divine. The Maya understood the importance of orientation. Many temples and observatories were precisely aligned with significant astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, and the extreme risings and settings of Venus. The Caracol, an astronomical observatory at Chichen Itzá, is a prime example. Its circular tower, unique among Mayan architecture, features windows and doorways that align with the movements of the Sun and Venus, allowing priests to track these celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. This knowledge was crucial for developing their sophisticated calendars, for determining auspicious dates for ceremonies, and for predicting agricultural cycles. The Mayan calendar system was incredibly complex and accurate, far surpassing many contemporary systems in other parts of the world. It consisted of several interlocking cycles. The Tzolk'in, a 260-day sacred calendar, combined 20-day names with 13 numbers. The Hab, a 365-day civil calendar, was composed of 18 months of 20 days each, plus a 5-day period known as the Wayeb, considered unlucky. These two calendars intermeshed to form a 52-year cycle, at the end of which a grand new fire ceremony would be held to mark the completion of an era and the beginning of a new one. Beyond these, the Maya also used the long count calendar, a linear count of days from a mythical starting point in 3114 BC. This calendar allowed them to record vast spans of time, marking historical events and prophesies with incredible precision. The stelae, tall carved stone monuments found throughout Mayan cities, often recorded long count dates alongside hieroglyphic texts detailing the reigns of kings, military victories, and important rituals. These stelae were not just historical records, they were public declarations of power and legitimacy, ensuring that the achievements of the rulers would be remembered for generations. The hieroglyphic writing system of the Maya was one of the most sophisticated in the ancient world, a complex blend of logograms representing entire words and syllabic signs representing sounds. Scribes, often members of the elite, underwent extensive training to master this intricate system. They used brushes made from animal hair or feathers to write on bark paper, prepared from the inner bark of fig trees, which was then folded into codices. These codices contained astronomical tables, historical narratives, religious texts, and prophecies. Unfortunately, many of these precious books were destroyed by Spanish conquistadors and missionaries who viewed them as pagan works. Only a handful of codices, the Dresden, Madrid, Paris, and Grolier codices, survive today, offering invaluable insights into Mayan thought and culture. The jungle itself, an ever-present force, slowly reclaims its own. Vines creep over ancient stones, roots pry apart carefully fitted blocks, and the dense canopy filters the starlight, creating a world of shadows and whispers. Yet, the temples endure, silent witnesses to the passage of time. The sounds of the jungle at night are a symphony of life, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a howler monkey. These sounds, once familiar to the ancient Maya, now form a natural backdrop to the persistent drumbeat, blending into a single, harmonious whole. The howler monkey, with its deep, resonant call, is a creature of particular significance in Mayan cosmology. Often associated with the patron god of scribes and artists, the howler monkey was revered for its powerful voice, believed to be a conduit to the divine. Its calls, echoing through the night, could be interpreted as messages from the gods or as warnings of impending change. The Maya observed the natural world with acute attention, understanding that every creature, every plant, every celestial event held meaning and contributed to the intricate web of existence. The jaguar, a powerful and elusive predator, held a paramount position in Mayan mythology. Its strength, stealth, and nocturnal habits made it a symbol of royalty, warfare, and the underworld. Rulers often adopted jaguar names or wore jaguar pelts to signify their power and connection to the divine. The jaguar god, a prominent deity, was associated with the sun's journey through the underworld at night, embodying the cycle of death and rebirth. Its image appears frequently in Mayan art, carved into stelae, painted on pottery, and depicted in temple murals. The quetzal, with its iridescent green plumage and long tail feathers, was another sacred bird, its feathers prized for ceremonial headdresses and regalia. It symbolized freedom, wealth, and the connection between the earthly and celestial realms. The Maya believed that the quetzal could not survive in captivity, making its wild beauty a potent symbol of liberty. The vibrant colors of the jungle, from the emerald green of the canopy to the brilliant hues of exotic flowers, were often replicated in Mayan art, their pigments derived from natural sources, minerals, plants, and insects. The drumbeat continues, a steady, rhythmic pulse, a gentle invitation to deeper rest. It is a sound that transcends time, connecting you to the ancient past, to the wisdom of a civilization that understood the profound interconnectedness of all things. The air, once filled with the scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers, now carries a subtle hint of copal, a resinous incense derived from the copal tree. Copal was burned in vast quantities during Mayan ceremonies, its sweet, smoky fragrance believed to purify the space, carry prayers to the gods, and facilitate communication with the spirit world. The rising smoke, curling upwards, was seen as a pathway for offerings and intentions to reach the heavens. The concept of duality was central to Mayan thought: light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. These opposing forces were not seen as inherently good or evil, but as complementary aspects of a single, dynamic universe. The temples, with their towering heights reaching for the sky and their deep roots embedded in the earth, embody this duality, bridging the gap between the celestial and the terrestrial. The stars above, now clearer and more numerous, are not just distant points of light. They are the constellations of the Maya, each with its own story, its own deity, its own influence on human affairs. The Pleiades, or the Seven Sisters, were particularly important, their appearance in the night sky marking significant agricultural and ceremonial cycles. The Maya observed the movements of Venus with exceptional precision, understanding its cycles as a harbinger of war or peace. The Milky Way, the great cosmic river, was seen as the path of souls, a celestial highway connecting the living and the dead. The Mayan night sky was a living map, a sacred text read and interpreted by generations of astronomer priests. As the drumbeat softens, becoming even more subtle, it begins to merge with the natural sounds of the night. The distant chirping of crickets, the gentle rustling of leaves in a barely perceptible breeze, the soft hoot of an owl, all these sounds weave together, creating a tapestry of tranquility. The ancient temples stand silhouetted against the velvet sky, their forms softened by the darkness, their edges blurred by the stillness. They are no longer just stone structures but timeless entities, imbued with the echoes of history, the whispers of forgotten prayers, and the enduring spirit of a remarkable civilization. The jungle, too, seems to settle into a deeper quietude, its vibrant life momentarily hushed, preparing for the dawn. The air grows cooler, carrying the faint scent of dew-kissed leaves and rich, dark earth. The drumbeat, now a mere whisper, a rhythmic memory, encourages a final surrender to the profound peace of this ancient place. It is a sound that has guided countless souls through the night, a gentle, persistent presence that now accompanies you into a deeper, more encompassing calm. The world outside this moment has truly faded, replaced by the encompassing rhythm, the silent majesty of the temples, and the watchful gaze of the stars, all conspiring to lead you into a profound and peaceful rest. The ancient rhythm, now a quiet hum, guides you further into the quiet embrace of the night, a timeless melody that now becomes a part of your own stillness. The ancient rhythm, now a quiet hum, guides you further into the quiet embrace of the night, a timeless melody that now becomes a part of your own stillness. This gentle current carries you, not through water, but through the soft, yielding air of the jungle night. It is a current of sound, a subtle vibration that resonates deep within the earth and within you. The distant drums continue their steady, unhurried pulse. They are not demanding attention, but rather offering a constant, grounding presence. Imagine them as the heartbeat of the ancient world itself, a rhythm that has echoed through these very stones for millennia. It is a deep, resonant hum, felt more than heard, a low thrumming that seems to originate from the very core of the earth beneath the temples. This rhythmic pulse is a connection to a peaceful, ancestral past. It speaks of continuity, of cycles, of the enduring nature of time itself. The sound is not for celebration or alarm, but for a profound, grounding rhythm, a steady beat that mirrors the slow, deliberate pace of the jungle's nocturnal life. It is a sound that has witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets, untold stories, and the quiet slumber of generations. The narrative now unfolds slowly, mirroring the gradual onset of sleep. The sounds of the jungle, once distinct, begin to merge into a singular, soft tapestry of night. The rustling leaves, the distant calls of unseen creatures, the gentle current of the air itself, all contribute to this enveloping soundscape. The ancient drums are the anchor, the steady point around which these other sounds gently swirl and subside. You are being led into a state of deep rest, a quiet contemplation at the heart of these magnificent temples. The feeling of being completely alone, yet safe, in the jungle is profound. There is no sense of urgency, no demand for action, only the quiet invitation to simply be. The air itself feels ancient, carrying the subtle scent of damp earth, rich foliage, and perhaps a faint, sweet aroma of night-blooming jasmine or an unseen, ancient ritual's lingering incense. The narrative use is repetitive, lulling phrases, much like the gentle lapping of water against a shore. These phrases are designed to quiet the mind from daily stresses, to gently guide attention away from any lingering thoughts or worries. The focus shifts to the timelessness of this scene, suggesting an eternal peace that exists beyond the boundaries of ordinary time. The rhythmic pulse of the drums is a metaphor for the heartbeat of the earth itself. It is a sound that has always been, and always will be, a fundamental part of this sacred land. This connection to a timeless past is deeply soothing, offering a sense of belonging and profound calm. It encourages a passive listening, allowing the sounds and imagery to wash over you without requiring active engagement. As the night deepens, the stars above the temples seem to grow even brighter, their light a silent, shimmering counterpoint to the deep, resonant hum below. Each star is a distant sun, a silent witness to the passage of time, just as the temples themselves stand as enduring monuments to human endeavor and spiritual aspiration. The vastness of the cosmos above and the ancient earth below create a powerful sense of perspective, diminishing the concerns of the everyday. The feeling of peace settles over you like a warm, soft blanket. It is a peace born from the quiet majesty of the temples, the rhythmic pulse of the drums, and the watchful gaze of the stars. This peace is not fleeting, it is deep and encompassing, a profound stillness that invites you further into its embrace. The gentle current of the night continues its slow, deliberate flow, carrying you effortlessly. The narrative now encourages the release of daily worries and tensions. Imagine them as small, insignificant motes of dust, gently blown away by the soft, nocturnal breeze. There is no need to hold onto them here, in this sanctuary of ancient quiet. The timelessness of the scene, the enduring presence of the temples, offers a perspective where such concerns seem distant and irrelevant. The story uses metaphors of ancient wisdom and timelessness to enhance this relaxation. The stones of the temples have absorbed centuries of knowledge, of quiet contemplation, of devotion. They stand as silent guardians, imbued with a deep, calm energy that permeates the air around them. This energy is now shared with you, a gentle, comforting presence in this ancient place. The gentle current of the night is now carrying you into a state of deep, profound rest. The sounds of the jungle become even more subdued, blending into a soft, indistinct hum. The drums, though still present, are now a whisper, a distant echo, a subtle vibration that resonates deep within. Their rhythm slows, becoming almost imperceptible, yet still providing that grounding connection. The narrative gently guides you to a state of profound relaxation. It is a feeling akin to weightlessness, as if the Earth's gentle current is lifting you, supporting you completely. There is no effort required, no need to hold on. You are simply held, cradled by the ancient night, by the enduring presence of the temples, and by the soft, rhythmic pulse that has accompanied you on this journey. The imagery begins to soften, the sharp edges of thought dissolving into a gentle blur. The towering temples, once so distinct, now seem to meld with the night sky, their forms becoming less defined, more ethereal. The stars above shimmer, their light a soft, diffuse glow that bathes the entire scene in a tranquil luminescence. The jungle sounds are now a soft, continuous hush, a lullaby woven from the natural world. The story uses repetition of calming phrases to reinforce this relaxation. Each phrase is like a gentle wave, washing over you, carrying away any remaining tension. The focus remains on the timelessness, the peace, the profound stillness of this ancient place. This mental sanctuary is now fully formed, a place where only quiet and calm reside. The gentle current continues its slow, deliberate pace, guiding you deeper into the quiet embrace of the night. The ancient rhythm, now a mere whisper, is a part of your own stillness. The steady pulse of the drums has slowed to match the rhythm of a peaceful heart, a soft, internal beat that resonates with the quiet hum of the universe. The sensation of weightlessness becomes more pronounced as sleep approaches. It is a feeling of being suspended, effortlessly, in a vast, calm expanse. The world outside this moment has truly faded, replaced by the encompassing rhythm, the silent majesty of the temples, and the watchful gaze of the stars, all conspiring to lead you into a profound and peaceful rest. The ancient rhythm, now a quiet hum, guides you further into the quiet embrace of the night, a timeless melody that now becomes a part of your own stillness. The ancient rhythm, now a quiet hum, guides you further into the quiet embrace of the night, a timeless melody that now becomes a part of your own stillness. The air around the temples now holds a different quality. It is cooler, carrying the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine and the earthy aroma of damp soil. The jungle exhales its own unique perfume into the darkness. This gentle current of air moves through the leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound that is almost like a whisper. It is a sound that has echoed through these ancient spaces for thousands of years. The wind here is not a harsh gale, but a steady, benevolent breeze. It carries moisture from the distant Caribbean Sea, nourishing the rich plant life that surrounds these monumental structures. This current also carries the subtle vibrations of the night. The distant call of an owl, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of a small creature moving through the undergrowth, all are woven into this gentle flow. The Mayan people understood the power of these natural currents. They observed the wind, the rain, and the flow of rivers, recognizing them as vital forces in their world. Their architecture often incorporated elements that interacted with these natural phenomena. Temples were aligned to capture specific sunrises or sunsets, and structures were designed to channel rainwater. Even the sounds within their cities were likely influenced by the prevailing winds. The acoustics of their plazas and ball courts would have changed with the direction and strength of the breeze. Consider the Great Plaza of Tikal, a vast open space surrounded by towering temples. On a night like this, the gentle current of air would carry sounds across its expanse, softening them, diffusing them. The sounds of the jungle, usually so vibrant and immediate, become muted and distant under the influence of this soft, flowing air. They are still present, but they are now part of the background, a natural lullaby. This current is a constant, unseen force. It moves through the canopy, brushes against the stone facades of the temples, and stirs the surface of the sacred cenotes. The cenotes, natural sinkholes filled with clear, cool water, would reflect the starlight with a subtle shimmer, disturbed only by the gentlest of breezes. These natural wells were considered gateways to the underworld, Shiba'al, by the Maya. They were places of profound spiritual significance, sources of life-giving water in a land without rivers. The gentle current of air would have carried the prayers and offerings made at these sacred sites, dispersing them into the vastness of the night, carrying them to the gods. The Maya believed in a cyclical nature of time and existence. The gentle current of the night air, always moving, always present, reflects this continuous flow. It is a reminder that everything is in motion, even when it appears still. The stars above are moving, the earth beneath is rotating, and the air around us is always flowing. This subtle movement is deeply calming. It is a natural rhythm that resonates with the body's own internal systems, encouraging a state of quietude. The air itself feels clean and fresh, purified by the vast expanse of the jungle. There are no harsh pollutants, only the natural essences of the forest. Imagine the air passing over ancient trees, sabh, mahogany, sapodilla. Each tree contributes its own unique essence to the night air. The sabh tree, sacred to the Maya, stands tall, its branches reaching towards the stars. The gentle current moves through its leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. This tree was believed to connect the underworld, the earthly realm, and the heavens. Its roots delved deep, its trunk stood firm, and its branches soared high. The gentle current flowing through its leaves is like a breath, a silent communication between these different realms. The air also carries the faint, earthy smell of the jungle floor, rich with decaying leaves and the promise of new growth. It is the scent of life and regeneration. This scent is grounding, connecting you to the ancient earth beneath the temples. It is a smell that has been present here for millennia. The gentle current is a constant presence, yet it is never intrusive. It is a soft, supportive force, like a comforting hand on your brow. It is a reminder of the vastness of the natural world and how small and insignificant our daily worries can become in its presence. The sounds carried on this current are distant and indistinct. They are not sounds that demand attention, but rather sounds that blend into the overall tapestry of the night. The distant call of a howler monkey, usually a powerful roar, is now softened by the distance and the diffusing effect of the air. It becomes a low, resonant hum. The chirping of crickets, a constant presence, is now a gentle, rhythmic pulse, a natural metronome for the night. Even the rustle of leaves, when heard individually, is a soft, delicate sound. Together, they create a continuous, soothing murmur. This gentle current is a natural conduit for peace. It carries away any lingering tension, replacing it with a sense of quietude. The air itself seems to possess a quality of ancient wisdom, having passed over these sacred stones for countless generations. It has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the changing of seasons, and the endless cycle of night and day. This same current once brushed against the faces of Mayan priests, kings, and common people as they gazed at the same stars. It is a tangible link to the past, a continuous thread connecting the present moment to the deep history of this place. The air is cool against your skin, a subtle sensation that is both refreshing and calming. It is a gentle caress. This coolness is a welcome contrast to the warmth of the day, a sign that the night is fully established and the time for rest is at hand. The gentle current also carries the subtle energy of the stars above. The starlight, though silent, has a profound presence. It illuminates the air itself, making the darkness feel less absolute, more permeable. The light from distant galaxies, traveling for millions of years, finally reaches these ancient temples, carried on the gentle current of the night. The Maya were keen astronomers, charting the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision. The stars were their calendar, their clock, and their divine messengers. The gentle current of air, moving beneath these star-filled skies, connects the earthly realm with the cosmic. It is a silent, invisible river flowing through the night, carrying with it the essence of peace and tranquility. This current encourages a deeper sense of stillness within you. It is a quiet invitation to simply be, without effort or expectation. The subtle movements of the air are a reminder that even in stillness, there is a gentle, continuous flow of life. The jungle, though teeming with life, now rests in a state of quiet anticipation. The nocturnal creatures are active, but their sounds are part of the overall hush. The gentle current moves through the dense foliage, creating pockets of silence and pockets of soft sound. It is a natural symphony, played by the wind and the leaves, accompanied by the distant calls of the jungle. This current is a natural purifier, cleansing the air and, by extension, the mind. It clears away the clutter, leaving only clarity. The sensation of the cool, flowing air is a gentle anchor, keeping you present in this moment of profound peace. It is a feeling of being completely enveloped, yet entirely free. There are no boundaries, only the vastness of the night and the gentle current. The air carries the promise of dawn, but for now, it is purely the air of midnight, deep and serene. The gentle current continues its silent journey, weaving through the ancient stones, across the open plazas, and through the towering trees. It is a constant, unwavering presence, a testament to the enduring power of nature. This subtle flow of air is a natural guide, leading you further into the quiet depths of the night. It is a soft, continuous motion, like the slow, steady turning of the earth itself. The air around the temples now feels like a protective embrace, a soft blanket woven from the essences of the jungle and the coolness of the night. The gentle current is a reminder that even in the deepest stillness, there is a subtle, continuous movement, a natural rhythm that carries you into profound rest. The subtle flow of air now guides you along a whispered path. This path is not seen with the eyes, but felt with the quiet senses. It is a path woven from the ancient roots of the saber trees. These trees are sacred to the Maya. They are believed to connect the underworld, the earth, and the heavens. Their immense trunks rise like natural columns. Their branches spread wide, forming a canopy that filters the starlight. The saber's roots delve deep into the earth, anchoring the forest. Along this whispered path, the air carries the scent of damp earth. It also carries the faint, sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine. This jasmine opens its delicate petals only after dusk. Its fragrance is a signal to nocturnal pollinators. The path leads towards the heart of the ancient city. Here, the structures stand in silent vigil. They are guardians of timeless knowledge. The Maya developed complex writing systems. They carved glyphs into stone. These glyphs recorded their history, astronomy, and rituals. Many of these carvings depict kings and gods. They tell stories of creation and cosmic cycles. The whispered path now approaches the base of a great pyramid. Its steps rise steeply into the darkness. Each stone was placed with immense precision. The Maya were master builders. They used limestone, readily available in the region. They shaped these stones without metal tools. Their architectural achievements are remarkable. They reflect a deep understanding of engineering and astronomy. The pyramid's shadow stretches long across the plaza. It is a silent monument to a sophisticated civilization. The air around it feels cool and still. It holds the echoes of centuries. This path, unseen and unheard, continues its gentle invitation. The ancient jungle sleeps, breathing softly under the starlit sky. The jungle sleeps, a silent, ancient world. The ancient jungle sleeps, a silent, ancient world, yet within its hushed depths, a vibrant civilization once thrived, leaving behind monumental structures that continue to captivate and educate us about their profound understanding of the cosmos and their intricate societal organization. These grand pyramids, often referred to as temples, were not merely places of worship but served as multifunctional centers for astronomical observation, political administration, and elaborate ritualistic practices, embodying the very essence of Mayan life and belief. The construction of such massive edifices required an extraordinary level of planning and coordination, involving thousands of laborers who meticulously quarried limestone, transported it through the dense jungle, and then shaped it with precision using only stone tools, a testament to their engineering prowess without the benefit of the wheel or metal implements. Each Mayan city-state, a politically independent entity, often boasted a central ceremonial core dominated by these towering structures, which were frequently adorned with intricate stucco carvings and vibrant murals depicting deities, historical events, and mythological narratives, providing invaluable insights into their complex belief systems. The orientation of these temples was rarely arbitrary, instead meticulously aligned with significant celestial events, such as the solstices, equinoxes, and the extreme positions of Venus, demonstrating a sophisticated grasp of observational astronomy that rivaled many contemporary civilizations. For instance, the famous El Castillo Pyramid at Chichen Itza, a post-classic period marvel, exhibits a striking phenomenon during the spring and autumn equinoxes when the corner of the pyramid casts a shadow resembling a serpent descending its northern staircase, culminating in a carved serpent head at the base, a deliberate architectural feature designed to honor Kukulkan, the feathered serpent deity. The stepped platforms of these pyramids often concealed earlier structures, as the Maya frequently built new temples over older ones, a practice known as superimposition, which symbolized the renewal of power or the completion of a significant calendrical cycle, creating layers of history within a single monumental form. This architectural layering provides archaeologists with a chronological record of construction and cultural evolution, allowing them to trace the development of Mayan artistic styles and religious iconography over centuries. The interiors of some temples contained hidden chambers or burial crypts for rulers and high priests, such as the Temple of the Inscriptions at Par-el-Yenke, which houses the sarcophagus of Kinich Janaeb's Park-All, a powerful 7th century ruler, whose elaborate tomb carvings depict his journey to the underworld and his rebirth. Beyond their religious and astronomical functions, these temple complexes also served as focal points for public gatherings, market activities, and elaborate ceremonies that involved music, dance, and dramatic performances, integrating the sacred with the secular in a vibrant urban landscape. The plazas surrounding the temples were often paved with stucco and meticulously maintained, providing open spaces for the community to congregate and witness important rituals, including bloodletting ceremonies performed by the elite to appease the gods and ensure cosmic order. The acoustic properties of some temple staircases, such as those at Chichen Itza, have been observed to produce an echo resembling the chirp of the Quetzal bird when a clap is made at the base, an intriguing example of intentional sound engineering that may have enhanced the ritual experience. The construction materials themselves tell a story, primarily limestone, which was abundant in the Yucatán Peninsula and Mesoamerican lowlands, quarried using chert tools and then processed into various forms, from large blocks for structural integrity to finer aggregates for stucco and mortar. The Maya developed advanced techniques for producing strong lime mortar by burning limestone at high temperatures, a labor-intensive process that required vast quantities of wood for fuel, contributing to deforestation in certain areas over long periods. The surfaces of the temples were often covered with a smooth, durable layer of stucco, which was then painted with vibrant mineral pigments derived from natural sources, creating a dazzling array of colors that would have made these structures truly spectacular in their prime. The architectural styles varied significantly across different regions and time periods within the Mayan civilization, reflecting distinct cultural identities and artistic preferences, from the highly ornate Puuc style characterized by elaborate mosaic friezes at sites like Uoxmal, to the towering, steep-sided pyramids of the Piton region exemplified by Tikal. The Puuc style, prevalent in the northern Yucatan, often features intricate geometric patterns, masks of the rain god Chark with prominent hooked noses, and latticework designs, showcasing a mastery of stone carving and architectural embellishment. In contrast, the Piton style, found in the central lowlands, emphasizes verticality and mass, with temples often rising on multiple platforms to impressive heights, creating a dramatic silhouette against the jungle canopy. The design of Mayan cities, with their temples as central anchors, was not haphazard but followed a sophisticated urban planning philosophy that integrated natural topography with astronomical alignments and social hierarchy, creating a harmonious yet monumental built environment. Causeway systems, known as sark-beh, singular sark-beh, often connected major temple complexes within a city or even linked distant cities, facilitating trade, communication, and the movement of people and goods across the dense jungle landscape. These raised white roads, paved with crushed limestone and stucco, were engineering marvels in themselves, demonstrating the Mayas' ability to overcome challenging terrain and establish extensive networks. The concept of the world tree or Wakachan, a cosmic axis connecting the underworld, the earthly realm, and the celestial heavens, was often symbolically represented in the architecture of the temples, with the central axis of the pyramid often aligning with this sacred cosmological principle. The four sides of a pyramid could represent the four cardinal directions, and its height could symbolize the ascent from the earthly plane to the divine, providing a tangible manifestation of their spiritual beliefs. The very act of climbing the steep stairs of a temple was a ritualistic journey, an ascent towards the gods and a connection with the cosmic order. The iconography carved into the temple facades and stelae, carved stone monuments surrounding them, provides a rich tapestry of Mayan mythology, history, and political propaganda, depicting rulers in elaborate regalia, divine beings, and scenes of warfare or ceremonial events. These intricate carvings, often accompanied by hieroglyphic texts, served as public records, legitimizing the power of the ruling elite and commemorating important dates and achievements. The decipherment of Mayan hieroglyphs, a monumental linguistic achievement, has unlocked a vast amount of information about their history, allowing us to read the narratives inscribed on these ancient stones and understand the voices of the past. The architectural layout of a Mayan temple complex often included observatories, bull courts, and residential palaces for the elite, forming a self-contained administrative and ceremonial center that supported a large population of farmers and artisans in the surrounding areas. The ball game, played in specially constructed courts with sloped walls, was a deeply ritualistic event with significant cosmological and political implications, often involving human sacrifice, and the bull courts themselves were often adorned with carvings depicting scenes from the game or mythological narratives. The residential palaces, typically multi-roomed structures with courtyards, were often built on raised platforms and decorated with stucco and paint, reflecting the status and wealth of their occupants. The Mayas' understanding of mathematics, particularly their vigesimal, base 20 number system and the concept of zero, was fundamental to their architectural precision and calendrical calculations, enabling them to design and construct these complex structures with remarkable accuracy. Their sophisticated calendar system, including the 260-day Tzolk'in and the 365-day Hab, as well as the long-count calendar, was intricately linked to their astronomical observations and religious rituals, influencing the timing of temple construction and ceremonial events. The precise alignment of temples with celestial bodies was a direct application of their advanced mathematical and astronomical knowledge, ensuring that these structures functioned as cosmic clocks and ceremonial stages. The engineering challenges overcome by the Maya in constructing these massive temples without advanced tools were immense, involving the precise cutting and fitting of thousands of stone blocks, the construction of corbel arches to span doorways and rooms, and the management of water flow through sophisticated drainage systems. The corbel arch, a distinctive feature of Mayan architecture, was created by progressively stepping inward the stones from opposite walls until they met at the apex, forming a triangular or trapezoidal opening that could support the weight of the superstructure. This technique, while not a true arch, allowed them to create impressive interior spaces within their stone buildings. The role of the priest-kings in Mayan society was inextricably linked to the temples, as they were considered intermediaries between the human and divine realms, performing elaborate rituals and ceremonies on the temple summits to maintain cosmic balance and ensure the prosperity of their people. These rulers often commissioned the construction of new temples or additions to existing ones as a means of demonstrating their power, piety, and connection to the gods, leaving their indelible mark on the urban landscape. The temples thus became physical manifestations of their authority and spiritual legitimacy. The Maya also developed innovative agricultural techniques, such as raised fields and terracing, to support the large populations that congregated around these temple cities, demonstrating a profound understanding of their environment and sustainable resource management. The surplus food produced through these intensive agricultural methods allowed for the specialization of labor, enabling a dedicated workforce to focus on the monumental task of temple construction, contributing to the growth and prosperity of their city-states. The intricate relationship between agricultural productivity and monumental architecture underscores the holistic nature of Mayan civilization. The decline of many major Mayan cities in the southern lowlands during the Classic period, often referred to as the Classic Maya collapse, is a complex phenomenon attributed to a combination of factors, including prolonged droughts, warfare, environmental degradation, and political instability, leading to the abandonment of many of these magnificent temple complexes. While the reasons for this decline are still debated among scholars, the cessation of monumental construction and the depopulation of major urban centers marked a significant shift in Mayan history, though Mayan civilization continued to thrive in other regions, particularly in the northern Yucatan. The jungle, which had once been cleared for these grand cities, slowly reclaimed many of these abandoned temples, enveloping them in a verdant embrace. Despite their abandonment, the temples continued to hold spiritual significance for local indigenous communities, who often maintained pilgrimage routes to these sacred sites, demonstrating the enduring power of these ancient structures even after the collapse of the Classic period city-states. The rediscovery of these lost cities by explorers and archaeologists in the 19th and 20th centuries brought them to global attention, sparking intense interest in Mayan civilization and leading to extensive research and conservation efforts. The painstaking work of clearing vegetation, excavating buried structures, and consolidating fragile stonework has allowed us to appreciate the grandeur and complexity of these ancient marvels. The intricate carvings found on temple facades and stelae often depict the Mayan creation myth, the Popol Vuh, detailing the exploits of the hero twins and the creation of humanity from maize, underscoring the deep connection between their religious beliefs and their agricultural practices. These mythological narratives provided a framework for understanding the cosmos and humanity's place within it, and the temples served as physical stages for reenacting and celebrating these foundational stories. The rich symbolism embedded in every architectural detail and artistic representation speaks volumes about their cosmology. The use of color was integral to the aesthetic and symbolic meaning of Mayan temples, with red often associated with the rising sun and blood, blue with water and the sky, and yellow with maize and the earth, creating a vibrant visual language that conveyed complex messages to the populace. Although much of the original paint has faded over centuries, traces of these brilliant hues can still be found in protected areas, offering glimpses of the temple's former splendor. Imagine these massive structures, not as grey stone, but as living canvases, pulsating with color under the tropical sun. The astronomical observatories, often integrated into temple complexes or built as separate structures like the caracol at Chichén Itzá, allowed Mayan priests to track the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision, predicting eclipses and charting the cycles of Venus, which held immense astrological and ritualistic importance. The caracol, a circular tower with specific alignments to equinoxes and solstices, stands as a powerful testament to their advanced understanding of celestial mechanics and their dedication to observing the heavens. Its windows and doorways were carefully positioned to frame significant astronomical events, making it a sophisticated instrument for tracking cosmic rhythms. The construction of causeways, or sakbiob, connecting various temple groups within a city or linking different city-states, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of infrastructure and regional planning, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and ideas across the Mayan lowlands. These elevated roads, often several meters wide and paved with white stucco, would have stood out against the dense green jungle, serving as vital arteries for trade and communication. They were not just practical pathways but also symbolic connectors, reinforcing the political and cultural ties between different centers. The concept of sacred geography was deeply embedded in Mayan temple design, with structures often mirroring natural features like mountains or caves, which were considered sacred portals to the underworld or places of emergence. The pyramid form itself, with its ascending steps, could be seen as a symbolic mountain, a place where the earthly realm met the divine, providing a tangible link between humanity and the cosmos. This integration of the natural and the built environment created a profound sense of place and spiritual connection. The elaborate burial practices associated with Mayan rulers and high-ranking individuals, often involving interment within or beneath temples, reflect their belief in an afterlife and the importance of ancestor veneration, with offerings of jade, pottery, and other precious goods accompanying the deceased on their journey to the underworld. The discovery of these royal tombs, such as Pakul's sarcophagus at Palenque, has provided invaluable artifacts and hieroglyphic texts that illuminate their funerary rituals and cosmological beliefs. These burials were not merely resting places but elaborate statements of power and spiritual continuity. The influence of Teotihuacan, a powerful central Mexican city, on Mayan architecture and iconography, particularly during the early Classic period, is evident in certain temple designs and artistic motifs found at sites like Tikal and Kaminaljuyu, indicating extensive cultural exchange and political interaction across Mesoamerica. This cross-cultural influence demonstrates that Mayan civilization was not isolated but actively engaged in a broader regional network of trade and cultural diffusion, absorbing and adapting elements from other powerful centers. The presence of foreign architectural styles and artistic conventions within Mayan temples speaks to a dynamic and interconnected ancient world. The intricate drainage systems and reservoirs, known as cholchuns, constructed around temple complexes, highlight the Mayas' ingenuity in managing water resources in a region prone to both droughts and heavy rainfall, ensuring a stable water supply for their urban populations. These sophisticated hydraulic engineering solutions were essential for sustaining large populations around monumental centers, allowing them to thrive even in challenging environmental conditions. The ability to control and store water was as crucial as the ability to build towering temples. the use of specific types of stone, such as jade and obsidian, for offerings and ritual objects found within temple contexts, underscores their symbolic value and their importance in Mayan religious practices, often associated with concepts of fertility, life, and sacrifice. Jade, in particular, was highly prized for its color and durability, often carved into intricate masks, figurines, and jewelry, and was frequently placed in royal burials as a symbol of rebirth and immortality. The materials themselves carried deep cultural and spiritual significance. The practice of human sacrifice, often depicted in temple iconography and mentioned in hieroglyphic texts, was a significant aspect of Mayan religious rituals, believed to appease the gods and ensure the continuation of the cosmos, with victims often being captured warriors or members of rival elites. These dramatic rituals, performed on the summits of temples, reinforced the power of the ruling elite and served as a stark reminder of the cosmic stakes involved in maintaining divine favor. The temples were thus stages for profound and often violent acts of devotion. The intricate stucco sculptures and friezes adorning temple facades often depicted mythological scenes, portraits of rulers, and symbolic animals like jaguars and serpents, serving as visual narratives that communicated complex religious and political messages to the illiterate populace. These elaborate decorations were not merely aesthetic but were integral to the temple's function as a sacred and political statement, transforming the stone into a living story. The skill required to create such detailed and enduring stucco work was immense. The development of a complex writing system, Mayan hieroglyphs, which often adorned temple walls and stelae, allowed for the recording of historical events, dynastic lineages, and astronomical observations, providing a rich textual record that complements the archaeological evidence. The ability to read these ancient texts has revolutionized our understanding of Mayan history, allowing us to reconstruct dynastic sequences, understand political alliances, and even decipher the personal narratives of rulers and priests. The temples are not just structures but vast libraries of stone. The deliberate destruction or defacement of temples and monuments by conquering forces or rival city-states, often involving the toppling of stelae or the smashing of stucco facades, serves as archaeological evidence of warfare and political upheaval within the Mayan world. These acts of iconoclasm were powerful statements of dominance and the erasure of a defeated enemy's legacy, leaving behind a scarred but historically rich landscape. The marks of conflict are etched into the very stones of these ancient sites. The role of women in Mayan society, particularly elite women, is sometimes depicted in temple iconography and hieroglyphic texts, showing them participating in important rituals, holding positions of power, or serving as dynastic links between different city-states, challenging earlier assumptions about their limited roles. The discovery of royal female burials within temples further underscores their significant contributions to Mayan political and religious life, demonstrating that power was not exclusively a male domain. These powerful women left their own indelible marks on the monumental landscape. The enduring legacy of the Mayan temples extends beyond their archaeological significance, continuing to inspire contemporary artists, architects, and spiritual seekers who find profound meaning in their ancient forms and their connection to the cosmos. These monumental structures stand as powerful reminders of human ingenuity, spiritual depth, and the cyclical nature of time, inviting us to reflect on the achievements of a civilization that built wonders without the technologies we often deem essential. The jungle sleeps, a silent, ancient world, yet the temples stand, whispering tales of a vibrant past to those who listen. As the jungle night deepens, a profound stillness settles over the ancient city, allowing the intricate details of the Mayan temples to emerge from the shadows, revealing layers of history etched into their very stones, each carving and inscription a testament to a sophisticated culture that meticulously documented its world. The great Mayan cities, far from being mere collections of buildings, were complex urban centers, carefully planned and constructed to reflect their cosmological beliefs and social hierarchies, often featuring a central plaza surrounded by monumental structures like pyramids, palaces, and ball courts. These urban landscapes were not static but evolved over centuries, with new constructions often built atop older ones, creating a fascinating archaeological stratigraphy that tells a continuous story of growth, decline, and renewal within the Mayan civilization. The sheer scale of labor required to quarry, transport, and precisely place the enormous limestone blocks for these structures, often without metal tools or wheeled transport, speaks volumes about the Mayans' organizational prowess and their deep spiritual motivation. Consider the construction techniques employed by the ancient Maya, which, despite lacking advanced machinery, were remarkably effective and durable, allowing many of these massive edifices to endure for over 1 millennium in a challenging tropical environment. They primarily utilized limestone, a readily available material in the Yucatán Peninsula and surrounding regions, which could be cut and shaped with jerk tools and then carefully fitted together, often without the use of mortar in the earliest periods, relying instead on the precise interlocking of stones. Later, they developed a sophisticated lime-based mortar, produced by burning limestone at high temperatures in kilns, which then served as a strong binding agent and also as a base for their distinctive stucco finishes. The Mayans were masters of corbel arch construction, a technique where successive courses of stones project inward from the vertical faces of a wall until they meet at the apex, forming a triangular or trapezoidal vault that allowed for the creation of interior spaces within their monumental buildings. This corbel arch, while not as structurally efficient as the true arch, was a hallmark of Mayan architecture, enabling them to construct impressive vaulted chambers and passageways within their temples and palaces. The construction process itself was often a state-sponsored endeavor, involving thousands of laborious, skilled artisans and architects, all working under the direction of the ruling elite, reflecting the centralized power and control exercised by Mayan kings and their priestly advisors. The grand plazas, often paved with stucco, served as the vibrant heart of Mayan cities, acting as public spaces for religious ceremonies, political gatherings, market activities, and celebratory festivals, where the entire community would gather to witness important events. These plazas were frequently oriented to align with astronomical phenomena, reinforcing the Mayan belief in the interconnectedness of earthly and celestial realms, and providing a stage for rituals that mirrored cosmic cycles. Surrounding these open spaces, the towering pyramids, often dedicated to powerful deities or deified ancestors, rose dramatically, their steep staircases leading to summit temples where priests would conduct sacred rites, offering incense, blood, and other precious items to appease the gods and ensure the well-being of the community. The ball courts, another ubiquitous feature of Mayan urban planning, were not merely recreational facilities but held profound religious and political significance, with the ritual ball game often reenacting creation myths and serving as a proxy for warfare or a means of resolving conflicts. The game, played with a solid rubber ball, was a dangerous and highly ritualized event, sometimes culminating in the sacrifice of the losing team's captain or even the entire team, underscoring the high stakes involved in these ancient contests. Beyond the grand public spaces, the Mayan cities also contained extensive residential areas, ranging from modest wattle and daub huts for commoners to elaborate multi-roomed palaces for the elite, often built around private courtyards and adorned with intricate carvings and murals. These residential compounds were not simply dwellings but often housed extended families, workshops, and storage facilities, forming self-sufficient units within the larger urban fabric, highlighting the complex social organization of Mayan society. The palaces, in particular, were architectural marvels, often featuring multiple stories, numerous rooms, and sophisticated drainage systems, suggesting a high degree of comfort and luxury for the ruling class, who used these structures for administrative functions, diplomatic receptions, and private rituals. The stucco facades of these buildings were frequently painted in vibrant colors, red, blue, green, and yellow being common, creating a dazzling spectacle that would have transformed the appearance of the cities under the tropical sun, a stark contrast to the monochrome stone we see today. The Mayan civilization was not a monolithic empire but rather a collection of independent city-states, each with its own ruler, nobility, and distinct cultural nuances, yet sharing a common language family, religious beliefs, and artistic traditions. These city-states often engaged in complex political relationships, forming alliances, engaging in trade, and frequently warring with one another, with military campaigns aimed at capturing rival rulers and expanding territorial control, rather than outright conquest and annexation of entire populations. The concept of warfare was deeply intertwined with religious beliefs, as battles were often timed to coincide with astronomical events and captives were frequently taken for ritual sacrifice, particularly high-ranking individuals who were seen as valuable offerings to the gods. The stelae, tall carved stone monuments often erected in front of major temples or in plazas, served as public records of these political and military achievements, depicting rulers in elaborate regalia, commemorating important dates, and detailing their lineage and conquests. The intricate glyphic writing system of the Maya, a sophisticated combination of logograms and syllabic signs, allowed them to record their history, mythology, astronomical observations, and religious doctrines on these stelae, as well as on altars, lintels, pottery, and codices. Decipherment of this complex script, a monumental achievement of modern archaeology, has provided invaluable insights into the daily lives, political intrigues, and intellectual accomplishments of the ancient Maya, revealing a civilization far more nuanced and complex than previously imagined. The scribes, highly esteemed members of Mayan society, were responsible for maintaining these records, often working under the patronage of rulers, and their artistry is evident in the elegant forms of the glyphs and the detailed accompanying illustrations. These written records, particularly the calendrical inscriptions, demonstrate an astonishing precision in tracking time, far surpassing contemporary European systems, reflecting the Mayans' profound understanding of celestial mechanics. The Mayan calendar system, a marvel of ancient mathematics and astronomy, was incredibly sophisticated, consisting of several interlocking cycles that tracked both sacred and secular time with remarkable accuracy. The Tzolk'in, a 260-day sacred calendar, combined 20-day names with 13 numbers, creating unique designations for each day, deeply influencing ritual life and divination. Simultaneously, the Hab, a 365-day civil calendar, comprised 18 months of 20 days each, plus a 5-day period known as the Wayeb, considered unlucky or dangerous, marking the agricultural cycle and public ceremonies. The combination of these two cycles formed the calendar round, which repeated every 52 years, a significant period in Mayan cosmology often associated with renewal and the end of an era. For tracking longer periods, the Maya developed the long count calendar, a linear count of days from a mythical starting point in 3114 BCE, which allowed them to record historical events with immense precision over thousands of years, far beyond the scope of the calendar round. This long count, expressed in a vigesimal, base 20, system, involved units like kin, days, uinal, 20 days, ton, 360 days, katun, 7,200 days, and bakton, 144,000 days, demonstrating their advanced mathematical concepts, including the independent invention of the concept of zero. The astronomical observations that underpinned these calendrical systems were conducted with meticulous care from specialized observatories, often integrated into temple complexes, where priests and astronomers tracked the movements of the Sun, Moon, Venus, and other celestial bodies. The caracol at Chichen Itza, for instance, a circular structure with specific alignments, is widely believed to have served as an astronomical observatory, with its windows and platforms precisely oriented to mark solstices, equinoxes, and the extreme positions of Venus. Venus, in particular, held immense importance for the Maya, being associated with warfare and often influencing the timing of military campaigns and ritual sacrifices, its cycles meticulously recorded in codices like the Dresden Codex. The precise alignment of many temple structures with sunrise and sunset on significant dates, such as the equinoxes at Chichen Itza where the serpent shadow appears on El Castillo, illustrates their deep understanding of celestial mechanics and their desire to embody these cosmic principles in their sacred architecture. The religious beliefs of the Maya were polytheistic and animistic, encompassing a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses associated with natural phenomena, creation, death, and various aspects of human life, each with distinct characteristics and spheres of influence. Itzamna, often depicted as a benevolent creator god and patron of writing and learning, was one of the most important deities, alongside Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerican cultures, the feathered serpent god associated with creation, knowledge, and the wind. The maize god, Umkash, was central to Mayan agricultural society, representing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, as maize was the staple crop and seen as the very substance of humanity. Blood sacrifice, both animal and human, was a fundamental aspect of Mayan religious practice, believed to nourish the gods and maintain cosmic balance, with rulers often performing auto-sacrifice by drawing their own blood to communicate with the divine and legitimize their rule. The underworld, known as Xibalbaj, was a significant part of Mayan cosmology, a dangerous realm ruled by death gods and populated by various supernatural beings, through which the hero twins of the Popol Vuh, the Mayan creation epic, journeyed to defeat the lords of death. Caves were often considered sacred portals to Xibalbaj, places where rituals were performed and offerings made to the underworld deities, connecting the earthly realm with the mysterious depths below. The concept of a multilayered cosmos, with the Earth at the center, surrounded by an upper world of 13 heavens and a lower world of 9 underworlds, all connected by a cosmic tree, informed their architectural design and ritual practices, as temples often symbolize sacred mountains reaching into the heavens. The intricate iconography found on temple facades, stelae, and pottery depicts these deities, mythological narratives, and ritual scenes, serving as a visual language that reinforced religious doctrines and historical events for the populace. The artistic achievements of the Maya extended far beyond monumental architecture, encompassing exquisite ceramics, intricate jade carvings, vibrant murals, and delicate feather work, all imbued with deep symbolic meaning and reflecting a sophisticated aesthetic sensibility. Mayan pottery, often polychrome and adorned with complex mythological scenes and glyphic texts, provides invaluable insights into their daily life, religious practices, and social structures, with different styles and techniques characteristic of various regions and periods. Jade, a highly prized material, was meticulously carved into ornaments, masks, and ritual objects, its green color associated with life, fertility, and royalty, often accompanying rulers into their elaborate tombs. The murals, such as those found at Bonampak, depict vivid scenes of warfare, court life, and ritual ceremonies, offering a rare glimpse into the colorful and dynamic world of the Mayan elite, preserving details of clothing, weaponry, and social interactions that are otherwise lost. The decline of the classic Maya civilization in the southern lowlands, beginning around the 9th century CE, remains one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries, often referred to as the Maya collapse, though it was a complex process rather than a single event. While no single cause has been definitively identified, a combination of factors likely contributed to the abandonment of many major cities, including prolonged droughts, environmental degradation due to intensive agriculture and deforestation, endemic warfare between competing city-states, and possibly internal social unrest. The intricate network of trade routes and political alliances that had sustained these urban centers may have fractured, leading to economic instability and the inability of rulers to maintain control over their populations or to provide essential resources. However, it is crucial to understand that the Maya civilization did not vanish entirely. Rather, its centers of power shifted northward to the Yucatán Peninsula, where cities like Chichen Itza, Uxmal, and Mayapan continued to flourish and innovate during the post-classic period. The post-classic period, from roughly 900 CE to the Spanish conquest, saw a resurgence of Mayan culture in new forms and new locations, characterized by different architectural styles, political structures, and artistic expressions, often showing greater influence from Central Mexican cultures. Chichen Itza, for example, exhibits a fascinating blend of Mayan and Toltec influences, evident in its architecture, iconography, and urban planning, suggesting significant cultural exchange or even direct migration from the Mexican highlands. The Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza, with its colonnaded hall and chacmal figures, strikingly resembles structures at Tula, the Toltec capital, illustrating this syncretism. Uxmal, another prominent post-classic city, showcases the distinctive Puuc architectural style, characterized by elaborate mosaic facades, intricate stone carvings, and the extensive use of veneer masonry, creating a highly decorative and aesthetically pleasing effect. The nunnery quadrangle at Uxmal, with its 4 buildings surrounding a central courtyard, each adorned with distinct and complex relief carvings, stands as a prime example of this architectural artistry. Even after the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, Mayan culture and traditions persisted, adapting and evolving under colonial rule, with many indigenous communities maintaining their language, customs, and spiritual beliefs, often in syncretic forms that blended with Catholicism. The ancient knowledge, though suppressed, was never entirely lost, passed down through generations in oral traditions, ritual practices, and even in clandestine written documents, ensuring the continuity of Mayan identity. Today, millions of Maya people continue to live in Mesoamerica, speaking various Mayan languages, practicing traditional crafts, and preserving a rich cultural heritage that connects them directly to the builders of these magnificent temples. The enduring presence of these communities underscores that the Mayan civilization is not merely a relic of the past but a living culture, constantly reinterpreting and celebrating its ancient roots. The exploration and excavation of Mayan sites, which began in earnest in the 19th century, have been a continuous process, revealing new insights and challenging previous assumptions about this complex civilization. Early explorers like John Lloyd Stephens and Frederick Catherwood documented many of the major sites, their detailed drawings and narratives sparking global interest in the lost cities of the Maya. Subsequent archaeological expeditions, employing increasingly sophisticated techniques, have systematically uncovered and conserved hundreds of sites, from monumental urban centers to small rural settlements, providing a comprehensive picture of Mayan life. Modern archaeological methods, including LIDAR, light detection and ranging technology, have revolutionized the field, allowing researchers to peer beneath the dense jungle canopy and map entire ancient cities with unprecedented detail, revealing vast networks of settlements, agricultural fields, and roadways that were previously invisible from the ground. These technological advancements have dramatically expanded our understanding of the scale and complexity of Mayan civilization, demonstrating that the jungle was not an impediment but an integral part of their sophisticated agricultural and urban planning strategies. The discovery of extensive ancient road networks, known as Sakbeob, white roads, often raised above the jungle floor and paved with white stucco, indicates a highly organized infrastructure connecting major cities and facilitating trade and communication across vast distances. These Sakbeob were not just utilitarian pathways but also held symbolic significance, often leading to important ceremonial centers and reinforcing the political and religious connections between different Mayan polities. The intricate water management systems, including reservoirs, canals, and sophisticated filtration systems, reveal the Mayans' ingenuity in adapting to and manipulating their environment, particularly in regions with seasonal rainfall patterns, ensuring a reliable water supply for their dense urban populations. The study of Mayan art and iconography continues to yield new interpretations, as scholars delve deeper into the complex symbolism embedded in every carving, mural, and artifact, connecting them to mythological narratives, historical events, and ritual practices. The vibrant colors that once adorned these structures, though largely faded by time and the elements, are being meticulously reconstructed through scientific analysis, allowing us to visualize the cities as they appeared in their prime, a dazzling array of painted stone and stucco. The detailed depiction of clothing, jewelry, and regalia on stelae and murals provides invaluable information about social status, ritual attire, and the elaborate ceremonies that defined Mayan court life, offering a window into their sartorial traditions and aesthetic preferences. Each newly deciphered glyph, each carefully excavated artifact, adds another piece to the vast puzzle of Mayan history, enriching our understanding of their intellectual achievements, spiritual depth, and the intricate tapestry of their daily existence. The enduring legacy of the Mayan temples is not just in their physical presence but in the profound questions they pose about human civilization, resilience, and our relationship with the natural world. They stand as silent witnesses to cycles of creation and destruction, growth and decay, reminding us that even the most powerful civilizations are subject to the forces of change, yet the human spirit of innovation and cultural expression can persist through millennia. These monumental structures continue to inspire awe and wonder, drawing visitors from across the globe to contemplate the ingenuity of a people who built such wonders without the technologies we often deem essential. Their sophisticated understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering evident in every precisely cut stone and perfectly aligned structure. The jungle breathes around them, a living testament to time's relentless passage, yet the temples remain, steadfast and majestic, whispering tales of a vibrant past to those who listen intently, inviting us to connect with the echoes of ancient drums and the wisdom of a civilization that looked to the stars for guidance. As the moon climbed higher, casting long, ethereal shadows across the ancient plazas, we could almost discern the intricate carvings that adorned the temple facades, each glyph and relief telling a story of kings, gods, and cosmic cycles, a complex narrative etched in stone for eternity. The Maya, a civilization renowned for its intellectual prowess, developed a highly sophisticated writing system, a logosyllabic script comprising hundreds of distinct glyphs that represented entire words or individual syllables, allowing them to record historical events, astronomical observations, and religious texts with remarkable precision. These hieroglyphic inscriptions, often found on stele, tall, sculpted stone monuments, altars, lintels, and ceramic vessels, provide invaluable insights into their societal structure, political alliances, and belief systems, offering a direct voice from a civilization that flourished for millennia. Deciphering this complex script, a monumental task undertaken by generations of epigraphers, has unlocked a treasure trove of knowledge, revealing the names of rulers, the dates of their reigns, and the significant events that shaped their kingdoms, moving beyond earlier assumptions that the glyphs were purely calendrical or mythological. The Mayans' profound connection to time and cycles is perhaps best exemplified by their intricate calendrical systems, far more complex and accurate than those developed by many other ancient cultures, demonstrating an astonishing grasp of celestial mechanics. They employed at least 3 primary calendars: the 260-day Tzolkin, a sacred calendar used for divinatory purposes and determining auspicious dates for ceremonies; the 365-day Hab, a civil calendar closely aligned with the solar year, governing agricultural cycles and secular events; and the Long Count, a linear calendar that tracked vast expanses of time from a mythical creation date, allowing them to record events spanning thousands of years. The Tzolkin, a permutation of 20-day names and 13 numbers, created 260 unique combinations, each carrying specific divinatory significance, influencing personal destinies and the timing of important rituals. The Hab, composed of 18 months of 20 days each, plus a 5-day period known as the Wayeb, was crucial for agricultural planning, ensuring crops were planted and harvested at optimal times, reflecting a deep understanding of seasonal changes. The long count, a vigesimal, base 20 system, recorded time in bactons, catons, tons, uinals, and kins, allowing them to pinpoint events with extraordinary accuracy over millennia, illustrating their perception of time as a cyclical yet linear progression. This calendrical mastery was not merely for practical purposes, it was deeply intertwined with their cosmology and religious beliefs, as the alignment of celestial bodies and the passage of time were seen as manifestations of divine will. Beyond their calendrical achievements, the Mayans were exceptional mathematicians, developing a base 20 vigesimal number system that included the concept of zero, a groundbreaking innovation that predates its independent invention in India by several centuries. Their numerical system used only 3 symbols, a dot for 1, a bar for 5, and a shell-like glyph for 0, which allowed them to represent extremely large numbers and perform complex calculations necessary for their astronomical observations and architectural endeavors. The inclusion of 0 was particularly crucial, as it enabled positional notation, where the value of a digit depends on its position within a number, making their mathematical system highly efficient and flexible. This advanced mathematical understanding was not abstract theory but was practically applied in their daily lives, from tracking trade goods to designing their monumental structures with precise measurements and alignments. The numerical glyphs are often found integrated into calendrical dates on stelae and temple walls, underscoring the inseparable link between their mathematics, astronomy, and historical record-keeping. The architectural marvels that stand before us, illuminated by the pale moonlight, are not merely impressive structures but are profound expressions of Mayan cosmology, social hierarchy, and religious devotion, each element imbued with symbolic meaning. Mayan urban centers were meticulously planned, often radiating from a central plaza flanked by towering pyramids, palaces, ball courts, and administrative buildings, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of urban design and public space. The construction of these massive edifices required immense labor, organized societal effort, and specialized knowledge of engineering, quarrying, and stonemasonry, utilizing locally sourced limestone that was then cut, shaped, and fitted without the use of metal tools or the wheel. Limestone, a relatively soft stone when freshly quarried, could be carved with flint or obsidian tools and then hardened upon exposure to air, providing a durable building material that has withstood centuries of jungle encroachment. The Maya also developed a strong, durable stucco made from burnt limestone and sarskab, a type of marl, which they used to plaster and decorate their buildings, often painting them in vibrant colors like red, blue, and yellow, transforming their cities into dazzling spectacles. The iconic step pyramids, such as El Castillo at Chichen Itzá or the Temple of the Great Jaguar at Tikal, served as sacred mountains, connecting the earthly realm with the celestial heavens and the underworld, acting as conduits for divine energy. These pyramids were often built in successive layers, with older structures sometimes encased within newer, larger ones, symbolizing the continuous renewal of power and the accumulation of ancestral wisdom. The precise orientation of these structures was no accident. Many were aligned with significant astronomical events, such as solstices, equinoxes, and the risings and settings of Venus, reflecting the Mayas' deep observational astronomy and their belief in the interconnectedness of earthly and celestial phenomena. For instance, The main staircase of El Castillo at Chichen Itzá is famously aligned to create a serpent shadow illusion during the spring and autumn equinoxes, where the setting sun casts a shadow that appears to slither down the balustrade, culminating in a stone serpent head at the base, a breathtaking display of architectural ingenuity and astronomical knowledge. Mayan palaces, often sprawling multi-room complexes built on raised platforms, served as residences for the ruling elite, administrative centers, and venues for elaborate courtly rituals and ceremonies, showcasing the power and prestige of the king. These palaces frequently featured corbel arches, a distinctive Mayan architectural innovation where successive courses of stone project inward from both sides of an opening until they meet at the top, forming a triangular or trapezoidal arch, allowing for wider spans than simple post and lintel construction. The interiors of these palaces were often adorned with murals depicting historical events, mythological scenes, and daily life, providing a vivid glimpse into the vibrant culture and artistic traditions of the Mayan civilization. Courtyards within these complexes provided private spaces for royal activities and access to various chambers, while intricate drainage systems managed rainwater, demonstrating practical engineering alongside aesthetic considerations. The bull courts, ubiquitous features in most Mayan cities, were more than just arenas for sport. They were sacred spaces where a ritualistic bull game, known as pits, was played, often with profound religious and political significance. The game, played with a solid rubber ball, symbolized the cosmic struggle between opposing forces, the movement of celestial bodies, and the cyclical nature of life and death, often reenacting mythological narratives. While the exact rules varied across different periods and regions, the objective typically involved propelling the ball through stone hoops or against markers using only the hips, knees, or elbows, without the use of hands or feet. A demanding athletic feat, the ball game could have high stakes, sometimes ending in human sacrifice, reflecting the Maya's complex relationship with life, death, and the divine, where the shedding of blood was seen as a vital offering to the gods to maintain cosmic balance. The bull courts themselves were architecturally distinct, typically consisting of two parallel structures forming an I shape, often with slope benches or walls that the ball could bounce off, and adorned with reliefs depicting scenes from the game or mythological figures associated with it. Mayan art, encompassing sculpture, ceramics, murals, and jade carving, is characterized by its intricate detail, dynamic compositions, and rich symbolism, serving as both aesthetic expression and a powerful medium for communicating religious and political messages. Stelae, often erected in prominent public spaces, were intricately carved with portraits of rulers, hieroglyphic texts detailing their accomplishments, and depictions of their divine lineage, serving as public monuments to royal authority and historical record. These stone monuments were not merely static images, they were often painted, enhancing their visual impact and making the narratives even more vivid for the populace. Ceramic vessels, ranging from utilitarian pottery to elaborately painted funerary urns, depict scenes of court life, mythological narratives, and everyday activities, providing invaluable ethnographic data for archaeologists. The vibrant polychrome murals found in sites like Bonampak offer breathtaking glimpses into Mayan court rituals, battles, and sacrificial ceremonies, rendered with astonishing realism and narrative depth, showcasing a mastery of color and composition. Jade, a highly prized material, was intricately carved into masks, pendants and other ornaments for the elite, symbolizing status, wealth, and connection to the divine, often buried with rulers as grave goods. The Maya developed a complex pantheon of gods and goddesses, each associated with specific aspects of nature, human endeavors, and cosmic phenomena, reflecting a deeply animistic and polytheistic worldview. Important deities included Itzamna, the creator god and patron of writing and learning, Kukulkan, or Quetzalcoatl in Nahuatl, the feathered serpent god, associated with creation, knowledge, and wind, and Chark, the rain god, crucial for agricultural success in the often arid regions of the Yucatán Peninsula. The maize god, a youthful deity embodying the life-giving force of corn, was central to Mayan agricultural societies, symbolizing regeneration and sustenance, often depicted with an elongated head resembling an ear of corn. The underworld, Xibahlba, ruled by the formidable Lords of Death, was a significant part of Mayan cosmology, a place of trials and transformations, often depicted in their art and mythology, particularly in the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Quiché Maya. Religious rituals were integral to Mayan life, involving elaborate ceremonies, offerings, incense burning, and sometimes bloodletting or human sacrifice, all performed to appease the gods, maintain cosmic balance, and ensure the well-being of the community. The concept of sacred kingship was central to Mayan political and religious life, with rulers acting as intermediaries between the human and divine realms, their authority legitimized by their perceived divine ancestry and their ability to communicate with the gods. Kings, known as Kehulajor, divine lord, performed elaborate rituals, including auto-sacrifice, bloodletting, where they would pierce their own bodies to offer their blood, considered a potent life force, to the deities, thereby reinforcing their sacred status and ensuring the prosperity of their kingdom. The succession of kings was often recorded in hieroglyphic texts, detailing their birth, accession to the throne, and significant military victories or ritual performances, establishing a clear dynastic history. Royal women also played significant roles, sometimes ruling in their own right or through their sons, forging alliances through marriage, and participating in important ceremonies, demonstrating a complex gender dynamic within the elite. Mayan society was highly stratified, with a clear hierarchy ranging from the divine king at the apex, followed by nobles, priests, warriors, scribes, artisans, merchants, and finally, the vast majority of the population who were farmers. The noble class, often related to the royal family, held positions of power as administrators, military commanders, and regional governors, managing the affairs of the city-states. Priests, highly educated individuals, were responsible for calendrical calculations, astronomical observations, divination, and leading religious ceremonies, holding immense spiritual authority. Scribes, a specialized and esteemed class, were masters of the hieroglyphic writing system, responsible for recording history, rituals, and astronomical data on stelae, codices, and pottery. Artisans, skilled in various crafts such as stonemasonry, pottery, and jade carving, produced the beautiful objects that adorn temples and palaces, while merchants facilitated trade networks that extended across Mesoamerica, exchanging goods like obsidian, jade, cacao, and exotic feathers. The vast majority of the population, however, consisted of farmers who cultivated maize, beans, squash, and other crops, forming the agricultural backbone of the civilization and supporting the elaborate urban centers. The economic foundation of the Mayan civilization was primarily based on agriculture, with maize, corn, being the staple crop, revered as a sacred plant and central to their mythology and diet. They employed sophisticated agricultural techniques, including raised fields, chinampas, in swampy areas, terracing on hillsides, and slash-and-burn, milpa, cultivation in jungle environments, adapting their farming methods to diverse ecological zones. Beyond maize, they cultivated beans, squash, chili peppers, avocados, and cacao, which was highly valued and used as currency, as well as for making a frothy, bitter drink consumed by the elite. The surplus agricultural production supported the non-farming elite, allowing for the specialization of labor and the development of complex urban centers. Trade networks were extensive, connecting different Mayan city-states and reaching beyond their borders to other Mesoamerican cultures, facilitating the exchange of luxury goods, raw materials, and agricultural products, further integrating their economy. The collapse of the classic Maya civilization in the southern lowlands, roughly between 800 and 1000 CE, remains one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries, likely a complex interplay of environmental degradation, prolonged drought, warfare, political instability, and overpopulation. While this collapse was not a sudden, uniform event across all Mayan regions, but rather a gradual decline and abandonment of major urban centers in the southern lowlands, the northern Yucatan continued to flourish, giving rise to post-classic centers like Chichen Itza and Mayapan. Environmental factors, such as deforestation caused by intensive agriculture and construction, leading to soil erosion and reduced rainfall, are thought to have played a significant role, exacerbating the effects of recurrent severe droughts, which would have severely impacted agricultural productivity and water resources. Increased warfare between competing city-states, evidenced by fortified settlements and depictions of battles on stelae, also contributed to the instability, disrupting trade routes and agricultural production, leading to societal breakdown. The breakdown of the sacred kingship system, perhaps due to a loss of faith in the ruler's ability to mediate with the gods during times of crisis, may have further undermined political authority and social cohesion. Despite the classic collapse, Mayan civilization did not vanish, rather, it underwent significant transformations, with populations shifting to new areas and new political structures emerging, particularly in the northern Yucatán Peninsula and the highlands of Guatemala. Post-classic Mayan cities like Chichen Itza, Uxmal, and Mayapan in the Yucatan developed distinct architectural styles and political organizations, sometimes showing greater influence from central Mexican cultures, yet retaining core Mayan traditions. Chichen Itza, for example, flourished as a major regional power, characterized by its impressive architecture, including the iconic El Castillo Pyramid, the Great Bull Court, and the Temple of the Warriors, showcasing a blend of Mayan and Toltec artistic and architectural elements, reflecting cultural exchange. The post-classic period saw a greater emphasis on mercantile activities and a shift towards more decentralized political structures in some regions, moving away from the highly centralized divine kingship of the classic period. Even after the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors in the 16th century, Mayan resistance was fierce and prolonged, and their cultural traditions, languages, and spiritual practices persisted, adapting and evolving under colonial rule. The legacy of the ancient Maya continues to resonate in the present day, with millions of Maya people living in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador, maintaining their distinct languages, cultural practices, and spiritual beliefs. Many contemporary Maya communities still practice traditional agricultural methods, weave intricate textiles with designs passed down through generations, and observe ancient ceremonies, demonstrating a profound connection to their ancestral heritage. The study of ancient Mayan civilization is not merely an academic pursuit, but is vital for understanding the resilience of indigenous cultures, the complexities of human adaptation to diverse environments, and the enduring power of intellectual and artistic achievement. The jungle, now a silent observer, continues its slow reclamation, yet the temples, with their silent grandeur and intricate carvings, stand as enduring testaments to a civilization that reached for the stars, charted the cosmos, and built cities of stone that defy the relentless march of time, inviting us to listen to the whispers of ancient drums and the wisdom of a people whose ingenuity continues to inspire awe. The moon, now at its zenith, bathes the ruins in a silver glow, illuminating the intricate details of a forgotten world, a world where every stone, every glyph, and every alignment spoke of a profound connection between humanity, the earth, and the boundless cosmos, a connection that still echoes through the rustling leaves and the ancient air. The silver glow of the moon, now casting its ethereal light upon the ancient stones, reveals the meticulous craftsmanship of the Mayan architects, who, without metal tools or the wheel, engineered structures of astonishing precision and monumental scale, demonstrating an understanding of engineering principles that continues to astound modern scholars. These towering edifices, often referred to as temples, served not merely as places of worship but as multifunctional civic centers, astronomical observatories, and elaborate tombs for their revered rulers and elite, embodying the very heart of Mayan urban life. The construction of a major temple complex, such as those found at Tikal or Palenque, was an undertaking that spanned generations, requiring immense labor mobilization, sophisticated planning, and a deep knowledge of mathematics and materials, reflecting the hierarchical and organized nature of Mayan society. Imagine the sheer logistical challenge of quarrying massive limestone blocks from distant sites, transporting them through dense jungle using human power and ingenious lever systems, and then lifting them into place to form towering pyramids that pierced the rainforest canopy, a testament to collective will and engineering prowess. The Mayans utilized a form of concrete made from limestone and volcanic ash, a material that, when combined with their precise masonry techniques, allowed their buildings to withstand centuries of tropical humidity and seismic activity, showcasing their profound understanding of durable construction. Each layer of a Mayan pyramid often represented a new phase of construction, with older structures sometimes encased within newer, larger ones, creating a chronological record of architectural evolution and dynastic succession hidden within the very fabric of the building. This practice of superimposition meant that a single temple could embody centuries of history, with each new ruler adding their own monumental contribution, literally building upon the legacy of their predecessors. The intricate carvings adorning the facades of these temples, often depicting mythological narratives, historical events, and the divine lineage of their rulers, were not merely decorative but served as a sophisticated form of public communication, broadcasting the power, piety, and legitimacy of the ruling elite to their populace and to neighboring polities. These elaborate stuccos and stone reliefs, often painted in vibrant hues of red, blue, and green, would have transformed the temples into dazzling spectacles of color and storytelling, especially when viewed under the brilliant tropical sun or the dramatic shadows of the moon. The glyphs meticulously carved into stelae and altars, often found in front of the major temple structures, provide invaluable insights into Mayan history, detailing royal births, accessions, military victories, and ritual ceremonies, effectively serving as monumental historical archives. Consider the profound astronomical alignments embedded within the very architecture of these temples, where doorways, staircases, and entire facades were precisely oriented to mark solstices, equinoxes, and the heliacal rising of significant celestial bodies, demonstrating an unparalleled dedication to observing and understanding the cosmos. The famous El Castillo Pyramid at Chichen Itza, for instance, is a prime example of this astronomical sophistication, where during the spring and autumn equinoxes, the corner of the pyramid casts a shadow that resembles a serpent undulating down the northern staircase, culminating in a stone serpent head at the base, a breathtaking display of architectural ingenuity and celestial harmony. This precise alignment was not merely for aesthetic wonder, but was deeply integrated into their agricultural cycles, religious ceremonies, and the very structure of their calendar system, which was among the most accurate in the ancient world. The Mayan calendar, a complex interwoven system of cycles including the 260-day Tzolk'in and the 365-day Hab, combined to form the 52-year calendar round, and the much longer long count calendar, which tracked time over millennia, was meticulously maintained by specialized priests and scribes, whose knowledge was considered sacred and vital for societal order. These priests, often dwelling within or near the temple complexes, would ascend the steep staircases to perform their observations from elevated platforms, using sophisticated sighting devices and their profound mathematical understanding to track the movements of planets, stars, and the moon, believing these celestial events held profound implications for human affairs. The concept of zero, independently developed by the Mayan centuries before its widespread adoption in other parts of the world, was fundamental to their advanced mathematical calculations and the precision of their calendar and astronomical observations, underscoring their intellectual achievements. The rhythmic beat of ancient drums, now a faint echo in the nocturnal jungle, would have once reverberated through these temple plazas during elaborate public ceremonies, drawing thousands of people from surrounding settlements to witness rituals that reinforced the cosmic order and the divine authority of their rulers. These ceremonies often involved music, dance, incense burning, and sometimes bloodletting rituals, where rulers would pierce their own bodies to offer their blood as a sacred offering to the gods, believing this act was essential for maintaining the balance of the universe and ensuring the prosperity of their people. The plazas themselves, vast open spaces often paved with stucco and surrounded by monumental architecture, were carefully designed to accommodate large gatherings, serving as the stage for these dramatic public spectacles that fused religious devotion with political power. The interior chambers of many temples, particularly those within the pyramids, often contained elaborate burial crypts for rulers, filled with precious jade artifacts, intricate pottery, and other grave goods intended to accompany the deceased into the underworld, Shebolbar, a complex realm ruled by death deities. The discovery of Pakal the Great's tomb within the Temple of the Inscriptions at Par Lenk, a marvel of archaeological excavation, revealed a sarcophagus adorned with an intricate carving depicting Pakal's descent into the underworld and his rebirth as the maize god, surrounded by jade and other treasures, providing an unparalleled glimpse into Mayan funerary practices and eschatological beliefs. The careful sealing of these tombs, sometimes involving the construction of entire new temple layers over the burial chamber, indicates the profound reverence for their ancestors and the belief in a continuous spiritual connection between the living and the dead. The Mayan civilization, far from being a monolithic empire, was a collection of independent city-states, each with its own dynastic lineage, political alliances, and occasional rivalries, yet bound together by a shared cultural heritage, religious beliefs, and a sophisticated writing system. The intricate political landscape of the classic Maya period, circa 250 to 900 CE, was characterized by shifting alliances, intense warfare, and the rise and fall of powerful city-states like Tikal, Karlakmal, and Par-Lenk, each vying for regional dominance and prestige. Evidence of these conflicts is often found in the historical narratives carved on stele and temple panels, depicting victorious rulers trampling their vanquished enemies, a stark reminder of the often violent realities of ancient Mayan political life. The concept of the sacred mountain was deeply ingrained in Mayan cosmology, and their towering pyramids were often designed to emulate these natural features, serving as conduits between the earthly realm and the celestial spheres, allowing rulers to symbolically ascend to the heavens and commune with the gods. The very act of climbing the steep, narrow steps of a Mayan pyramid, often without handrails, was a physically demanding and spiritually significant journey, symbolizing the ascent from the mundane to the divine, a pilgrimage undertaken by priests, rulers, and sometimes select members of the populace. At the summit of these pyramids, small temple structures housed altars and inner sanctums where the most sacred rituals were performed, often involving incense burning, offerings, and prayers directed towards the pantheon of Mayan deities. The Mayan pantheon was incredibly rich and diverse, featuring a multitude of gods and goddesses associated with various aspects of nature, creation, death, and the cosmos, including Itzamna, the creator god, Kukulkan, or Quetzalcoatl in other Mesoamerican cultures, the feathered serpent deity associated with wind and wisdom, and the maize god, central to their agricultural society and beliefs about life, death, and rebirth. These deities were not static figures but often had multiple manifestations and aspects, reflecting the complex and nuanced understanding of the divine held by the Mayans, whose religious practices permeated every facet of their daily lives. The intricate iconography found on temple facades, pottery, and codices provides a visual encyclopedia of these gods, their attributes, and their roles in the Mayan cosmic drama. The dense jungle surrounding these ancient cities was not merely an obstacle but an integral part of the Mayan worldview, providing essential resources for construction, sustenance, and spiritual connection, with many plants and animals holding symbolic or sacred significance. The saber tree, for example, was considered the tree of life or world tree, its roots reaching into the underworld and its branches supporting the heavens, a powerful symbol of cosmic connection often depicted in Mayan art and cosmology. The Mayans developed sophisticated agricultural techniques, including raised fields, chinampas, and terracing, to cultivate crops like maize, beans, and squash in the challenging jungle environment, demonstrating their remarkable adaptation to and sustainable management of their natural surroundings. The enigmatic collapse of the classic Maya civilization in the southern lowlands around the 9th century CE, marked by the abandonment of major cities and a cessation of monumental construction and inscription, remains one of archaeology's greatest mysteries, with various theories proposed, including prolonged drought, endemic warfare, environmental degradation, and societal upheaval. While the reasons for this collapse are complex and likely multifactorial, it is important to note that Mayan civilization did not disappear entirely. Rather, it shifted its centers of power to the northern Yucatán Peninsula, where new cities like Chichén Itzá and Mayapan flourished during the post-classic period. The architectural styles and cultural practices of the post-classic period, while retaining many classic Maya elements, also show influences from other Mesoamerican cultures, reflecting a dynamic and evolving civilization. The architectural features of these later cities, such as the colonnaded halls and larger ball courts found at Chichén Itzá, suggest a greater emphasis on public assembly and perhaps a more decentralized political structure compared to the earlier classic period, indicating a continuous adaptation and transformation of Mayan society. The Great Ball Court at Chichén Itzá, the largest in Mesoamerica, with its impressive stone rings and carved panels depicting scenes of ritual sacrifice, stands as a testament to the enduring importance of the Mesoamerican ball game, a complex ritual sport with profound religious and political significance. This game, played with a rubber ball and often associated with cosmic battles and fertility rituals, was a central feature of Mayan urban life, with its outcomes sometimes having serious implications for the players, including ritual sacrifice. The Mayan writing system, a complex logosyllabic script combining logograms representing entire words with syllabic signs representing sounds, was one of the most sophisticated in the ancient Americas, allowing for the recording of detailed historical narratives, astronomical observations, and religious texts. The decipherment of Mayan glyphs, a monumental achievement of modern scholarship, has unlocked a vast trove of information, transforming our understanding of this ancient civilization from one of mysterious ruins to a vibrant, articulate culture with a rich history and complex intellectual traditions. These glyphs, found carved on stone monuments, painted on pottery, and meticulously inscribed in bark paper codices, provide direct access to the Mayan voice, allowing us to read their own accounts of their world. The few surviving Mayan codices, such as the Dresden Codex, the Madrid Codex, and the Paris Codex, are invaluable treasures that contain astronomical tables, calendrical calculations, prophecies, and ritual instructions, offering a rare glimpse into the intellectual and religious life of the Mayan scribes and priests. These fragile books, made from bark paper folded like an accordion and coated with a thin layer of plaster, were meticulously painted with glyphs and illustrations, representing the pinnacle of Mayan artistic and intellectual achievement. The meticulous detail within these codices, particularly the Dresden Codex's astronomical tables, demonstrates an advanced understanding of planetary cycles, eclipses, and the complex movements of the moon, further highlighting the Mayan obsession with time and the cosmos. The profound connection between humanity, the Earth, and the boundless cosmos, as envisioned by the Mayans, was not merely a philosophical concept but was deeply embedded in their daily lives, their agricultural practices, their social structure, and their monumental architecture, creating a holistic worldview. Their understanding of the cyclical nature of time, the interconnectedness of all things, and the reciprocal relationship between humans and the divine informed every decision, from planting crops to constructing temples, ensuring a harmonious existence within their perceived universe. The rustling leaves, now a gentle murmur in the night, seem to whisper tales of this profound connection, carrying the echoes of ancient ceremonies and the wisdom of a people who lived in intimate dialogue with their environment and the heavens. The ancient air, cool and still, carries the scent of damp earth and unseen jungle blossoms, a sensory reminder of the vibrant ecosystem that sustained the Mayan civilization and now gently reclaims its monumental legacy, slowly enveloping the stones with its tenacious embrace. The jungle, often perceived as a destructive force, also acts as a preserver, protecting many sites from the ravages of human intervention and revealing them slowly, deliberately, to those who seek to understand their secrets. The ongoing work of archaeologists and epigraphers continues to uncover new insights, revealing previously unknown cities, deciphering more glyphs, and refining our understanding of this complex and fascinating civilization, ensuring that the Mayan legacy continues to inspire awe and intellectual curiosity. The enduring mystery of how such a sophisticated civilization, lacking many technologies considered essential by other ancient cultures, managed to achieve such architectural, astronomical, and intellectual heights, continues to captivate scholars and visitors alike, inviting contemplation on the nature of human ingenuity and adaptation. The sheer scale of their achievements, from the precise carving of jade to the construction of towering pyramids that have stood for over a millennium, speaks to a profound cultural drive and an organized society capable of immense collective effort. The moon, continuing its slow arc across the inky sky, illuminates these enduring monuments, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of dynasties, the triumphs of human spirit, and the timeless pursuit of understanding our place in the vast, interconnected cosmos. The intricate drainage systems and reservoirs found at many Mayan sites, such as Tikal and Palenque, demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of hydraulic engineering, crucial for managing water resources in a region characterized by seasonal droughts and heavy rainfall, ensuring the survival of large urban populations. These systems, often involving complex networks of canals, dams, and underground cisterns, cholchuns, allowed Mayan cities to store vast quantities of rainwater, providing a reliable water supply during the dry season and mitigating the effects of floods during the wet season, showcasing their practical ingenuity. The careful planning of these water management systems was as vital to the longevity of their cities as the construction of their grand temples, reflecting a holistic approach to urban design. The vibrant murals discovered within some temple interiors and associated structures, particularly at sites like Bonampak, offer a rare and vivid glimpse into Mayan courtly life, warfare, and ritual practices, depicting scenes with astonishing detail and dynamic composition. These murals, painted with mineral pigments on stuccoed walls, portray elaborate processions, fierce battles, musical performances, and scenes of ritual sacrifice, providing a visual narrative that complements the historical accounts found in glyphic inscriptions. The preservation of these delicate artworks, often hidden within protected chambers, allows us to appreciate the Mayan mastery of color, form, and storytelling, bringing their ancient world to life with remarkable immediacy. The concept of the 0 point or origin in Mayan cosmology, often associated with the creation myths and the beginning of the long count calendar, underscores their cyclical view of time, where creation and destruction were seen as recurring processes rather than linear events. This cyclical understanding of time permeated their religious beliefs, their agricultural practices, and their political ideologies, shaping their perception of history and their place within the cosmic order. The meticulous tracking of these cycles, embodied in their intricate calendar system, was not merely an academic exercise but a fundamental aspect of their spiritual and practical lives, guiding their decisions and shaping their worldview. The use of stucco, a mixture of burnt limestone and water, was not only integral to the structural integrity of Mayan buildings but also served as a versatile medium for elaborate sculptural decoration, allowing for intricate details and complex three-dimensional forms on temple facades. This malleable material, applied in layers over a stone core, could be molded into intricate figures, glyphs, and geometric patterns, creating a dynamic interplay of light and shadow that would have been particularly striking under the shifting illumination of the moon or sun. The skill required to sculpt these large-scale stucco compositions, often depicting deities, rulers, and mythological creatures, speaks to the high level of artistic specialization within Mayan society. The presence of causeways, known as sakbiob, singular sakbi, connecting major temple complexes and urban centers within and between cities, highlights the sophisticated infrastructure developed by the Mayans for communication, trade, and military movement. These elevated, often paved roads, constructed from crushed limestone and sometimes coated with white stucco, would have facilitated travel through the dense jungle, creating a network that linked disparate parts of their civilization and fostered cultural exchange. The construction of these sakbiob, some extending for many kilometers, required significant labor and engineering, further demonstrating the organizational capacity of Mayan city-states. The study of Mayan ceramics, particularly the intricate polychrome vessels found in elite burials, provides a rich source of information about their mythology, rituals, daily life, and social hierarchies, with each vessel often telling a unique story through its painted iconography and glyphic texts. These finely crafted pots, bowls, and plates, often depicting scenes of gods, mythological creatures, courtly banquets, and ritual ceremonies, were not merely utilitarian objects but works of art that conveyed complex cultural meanings. The distinct styles and motifs found in ceramics from different regions and time periods also allow archaeologists to trace trade routes, cultural influences, and political relationships between various Mayan city-states. The concept of ku, meaning sacredness or divinity, was central to the Mayan worldview, imbuing everything from rulers and temples to natural phenomena and even certain objects with a spiritual essence, blurring the lines between the sacred and the profane. This pervasive sense of ku meant that their temples were not just buildings but living entities, imbued with the spirit of the deities they honored and the ancestors they housed, making them powerful focal points of spiritual energy. The rituals performed within and around these temples were therefore seen as essential acts of communication and reciprocity with the divine forces that governed their universe. The intricate carvings on the lintels above temple doorways, often made from durable sapodilla wood, preserve some of the finest examples of Mayan sculptural art, depicting rulers in elaborate regalia, mythological scenes, and historical events with remarkable detail and artistic flair. These wooden lintels, particularly those at Yaxchilan, have survived centuries of tropical humidity due to the natural resistance of sapodilla wood, offering a rare glimpse into Mayan woodworking traditions and the artistic skill of their carvers. The narratives depicted on these lintels often celebrated the divine lineage of rulers and their connection to powerful ancestors and deities, legitimizing their rule and reinforcing their sacred authority. The use of incense burners, often elaborate ceramic effigies of deities or ancestors, was a common practice in Mayan temples, with copal resin burned to create fragrant smoke that was believed to carry prayers and offerings to the gods, purifying the sacred space. The rising plumes of aromatic smoke, wafting through the temple chambers and out into the plaza, would have created a multisensory experience during ceremonies, enhancing the spiritual atmosphere and connecting the earthly realm with the celestial. These incense burners, found in various forms and sizes, are important archaeological indicators of ritual activity and the specific deities being invoked. The Mayans possessed a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics, not only tracking the sun and moon but also the complex movements of Venus, which held immense astrological and calendrical significance, often influencing decisions about warfare and royal accession. The cycles of Venus, meticulously recorded in texts like the Dresden Codex, were believed to be intimately linked to the fortunes of rulers and the timing of important events, making its observation a crucial duty for Mayan astronomers and priests. The precise architectural alignments of certain temple structures to the rising and setting points of Venus further underscore its profound importance in Mayan cosmology and ritual practice. The presence of steam baths, or pbnahl or zumpulche, at many Mayan sites, often located near temple complexes, suggests their use in purification rituals for priests, rulers, and other participants before engaging in sacred ceremonies, highlighting the importance of ritual cleanliness. These ancient sweat lodges, typically small, enclosed structures heated by hot stones, would have generated steam, providing a space for physical and spiritual cleansing, preparing individuals for their encounters with the divine. The practice of ritual bathing was a common feature across many Mesoamerican cultures, reflecting a shared emphasis on purity and renewal. The concept of the world tree, often depicted as a stylized saber tree with roots reaching into the underworld and branches supporting the heavens, served as a central cosmological symbol for the Mayans, representing the axis mundi that connected all layers of the universe. This powerful symbol, frequently found in Mayan art and iconography, reinforced their understanding of a structured cosmos and humanity's place within it, mediating between the celestial, terrestrial, and subterranean realms. The positioning of temples and ceremonial centers was often conceived in relation to this cosmic axis, making the entire urban landscape a reflection of their sacred geography. The intricate system of patronage and tribute, where smaller communities provided labor, agricultural products, and exotic goods to larger city-states in exchange for protection and access to religious specialists, underpinned the economic and political structure of the Mayan civilization. This network of dependencies and exchanges allowed for the concentration of resources necessary to fund monumental construction projects, support the ruling elite, and maintain the complex social order that characterized Mayan society. The goods exchanged, ranging from obsidian and jade to cacao and feathers, highlight the extensive trade networks that connected Mayan cities with distant regions. The use of vibrant pigments derived from natural sources, such as cochineal for red, indigo for blue, and various minerals for other hues, allowed Mayan artists to create a rich palette for their murals, pottery, and stucco decorations, transforming their temples into dazzling displays of color. The durability of these natural pigments, often mixed with a lime wash, has allowed some of these ancient colors to survive for centuries, providing a glimpse into the visual splendor of the Mayan world. The careful preparation and application of these colors were highly skilled crafts, reflecting the artistic sophistication of the Mayan civilization. The practice of caching offerings, often consisting of jade, shell, obsidian, and ceramic artifacts, beneath temple foundations or within their structures, served as dedicatory acts to sanctify the building and appease the gods, infusing the temple with sacred power from its very inception. These caches, meticulously placed during various stages of construction, provide invaluable archaeological evidence of Mayan ritual practices and their beliefs about the spiritual significance of their monumental architecture. The contents of these offerings often reflect the cosmological significance of the temple and the specific deities to whom it was dedicated. The profound silence of the jungle at midnight, punctuated only by the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, allows for a deeper contemplation of the enduring legacy of the Mayan people, whose intellectual and artistic achievements continue to resonate across millennia, inviting us to marvel at the depths of human potential. The moon, now beginning its slow descent towards the western horizon, casts long, shifting shadows across the ancient stones, revealing new perspectives on the intricate details of a civilization that, despite its eventual transformations, left an indelible mark on the landscape and on the history of human endeavor. The rustling leaves and the ancient air continue to whisper their timeless tales, carrying the echoes of a profound connection between humanity, the earth, and the boundless cosmos, a connection that remains a powerful source of inspiration and wonder. The rustling leaves and the ancient air continue to whisper their timeless tales, carrying the echoes of a profound connection between humanity, the earth, and the boundless cosmos, a connection that remains a powerful source of inspiration and wonder. As the moon climbs higher, its silvery light illuminates the meticulous carvings adorning the temple facades, revealing intricate glyphs that once served as a sophisticated writing system, recording historical events, astronomical observations, and religious narratives with remarkable precision. These hieroglyphic texts, often painted with vibrant pigments that have long since faded, provide invaluable insights into the dynastic histories of various Maya city-states, detailing the reigns of powerful kings, their military conquests, and the elaborate rituals they performed to maintain cosmic order. The development of this complex script, which combined logograms representing whole words with syllabic signs representing sounds, demonstrates the intellectual prowess of the Maya, allowing them to preserve knowledge across generations and communicate intricate concepts. Imagine the scribes, highly esteemed members of Maya society, meticulously painting these glyphs onto stucco, stone, or codices made from bark paper, their hands guided by centuries of tradition and an acute understanding of their intricate symbolic meanings. These codices, tragically few of which survived the Spanish conquest, were accordion-folded books containing astronomical tables, divinatory almanacs, and detailed accounts of rituals, serving as portable libraries of Maya wisdom. The Dresden Codex, one of the most famous surviving examples, contains remarkably accurate astronomical calculations, including predictions of solar and lunar eclipses, alongside a sophisticated Venus calendar that tracked the planet's synodic cycle with astonishing precision. This deep understanding of celestial mechanics was not merely for academic curiosity but was intrinsically linked to their agricultural cycles, their religious ceremonies, and their belief in the cyclical nature of time itself. The architectural marvels before us, such as the towering pyramids of Tikal or the intricate palaces of Palenque, were not merely buildings but cosmic mountains, designed to facilitate communication between the human and divine realms. Their stepped forms often mirrored the sacred mountains that dotted the Maya landscape, reinforcing the idea of the temple as an axis mundi, a central point connecting the underworld, the earthly plane, and the celestial heavens. The orientation of these structures was rarely arbitrary, frequently aligning with significant astronomical events like solstices, equinoxes, or the zenith passage of the sun, demonstrating a profound integration of architecture and astronomy. For instance, the Castillo at Chichén Itzá is famously aligned to cast serpent-like shadows during the spring and autumn equinoxes, a visual representation of the feathered serpent deity Kukulkan descending to earth. Beneath the jungle canopy, the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming night-fragrant flowers, a living testament to the Mayas' profound connection to their natural environment. The jungle was not just a backdrop but an integral part of their worldview, providing resources, challenges, and spiritual inspiration, shaping their agricultural practices, their art, and their understanding of the cosmos. They developed sophisticated agricultural techniques, such as raised fields known as chinampas in some regions or terracing on hillsides, to cultivate crops like maize, beans, and squash, which formed the staples of their diet and were deeply embedded in their mythology. Maize, in particular, was considered sacred, believed to be the substance from which humanity itself was created, a concept beautifully articulated in the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Quiché Maya. The sounds of the jungle at midnight are a symphony of life, a chorus of unseen creatures that have thrived in this ecosystem for millennia, just as they did during the peak of Maya civilization. The hoot of an owl, a creature often associated with the underworld and omens in Maya cosmology, echoes through the humid air, while the distant roar of a jaguar, a powerful symbol of royalty, strength, and nocturnal power, sends a shiver down the spine. These animals were not just inhabitants of their world but potent symbols, frequently depicted in their art, incorporated into their religious iconography, and even influencing the names of their rulers and the designs of their ceremonial regalia. The jaguar, with its spotted coat resembling the starry night sky, was particularly revered, often associated with the sun god in his nocturnal journey through the underworld. The ancient drums, though silent now, once resonated with rhythmic precision during elaborate ceremonies, their deep, resonant beats accompanying dances, sacrifices, and invocations to the gods. These percussive instruments, crafted from hollowed logs covered with animal skins or ceramic, would have filled the temple plazas with a powerful, hypnotic pulse, guiding participants into altered states of consciousness and reinforcing the communal bond. Music and dance were integral components of Maya ritual life, serving to honor deities, commemorate important events, and facilitate communication with the spirit world, often involving elaborate costumes, incense burning, and the consumption of ritual beverages. The soundscapes of ancient Maya cities were rich and complex, encompassing not only drums but also flutes, trumpets made from conch shells, rattles, and whistles, each contributing to the immersive experience of their public ceremonies. The concept of time itself was profoundly important to the Maya, who developed an extraordinarily intricate and accurate calendrical system, far more sophisticated than any other in the ancient world. Their calendar was not a single system but a combination of several interlocking cycles, including the 260-day Tzolk'in sacred round and the 365-day Hab vague year, which together formed a 52-year calendar round. Beyond these, they utilized the long count calendar, a linear count of days from a mythical starting point in 3114 BCE, which allowed them to track vast spans of time and record events with absolute precision, demonstrating their deep understanding of astronomical cycles and their belief in the cyclical nature of creation and destruction. This calendrical system was not merely a way to measure days but a philosophical framework, embedding their understanding of the cosmos and their place within it. The Maya believed that the universe was structured in multiple layers, typically 13 heavens above and 9 underworlds below, all centered around a cosmic tree, the Wakar-chan, whose roots reached into the underworld and branches supported the heavens. This cosmic tree, often depicted as a saber tree, served as a conduit for communication between these different realms, with deities and ancestors traversing its trunk. Their religious pantheon was vast and complex, featuring numerous gods and goddesses associated with various aspects of nature, human life, and the cosmos, such as Itzam-Nah, the creator god, and Kukulkan, the feathered serpent deity. These deities were not static entities but dynamic forces, requiring constant veneration and offerings to maintain the delicate balance of the universe and ensure the prosperity of the Maya people. The intricate stucco reliefs and stone sculptures that adorn these temples often depict scenes from their mythology, historical events, and portraits of their rulers, serving as monumental narratives for the populace. The artistry displayed in these works is remarkable, characterized by a distinctive style that combines naturalistic forms with highly stylized elements, conveying both power and symbolic meaning. The use of low relief, where figures barely project from the background, allowed for complex compositions that could be read like a book, with glyphic captions often accompanying the visual narratives. The vibrant colors that once covered these sculptures, derived from mineral pigments like cinnabar for red or malachite for green, would have made these temples even more breathtaking, transforming them into living canvases under the tropical sun. Consider the advanced mathematical system developed by the Maya, which included the concept of zero, a groundbreaking innovation that predated its independent invention in India by several centuries. Their vigesimal, base 20, number system, using only 3 symbols, a dot for 1, a bar for 5, and a shell-like glyph for 0, allowed them to perform complex calculations necessary for their astronomical observations and calendrical computations. This sophisticated mathematical framework was essential for tracking the movements of celestial bodies with such accuracy, enabling them to predict planetary positions and eclipse cycles, which were crucial for their ritual practices and agricultural planning. The precision of their astronomical tables, found in codices like the Dresden Codex, stands as a testament to their mathematical genius and their deep commitment to understanding the rhythms of the cosmos. The social structure of Maya civilization was complex and hierarchical, typically centered around a divine king, known as the RJOW or Qholrjow, Holy Lord, who was believed to be a direct descendant of the gods and served as both a political and religious leader. Below the king were nobles, priests, scribes, warriors, artisans, and a large population of commoners who sustained the society through agriculture and labor. The cities themselves were not merely ceremonial centers but bustling urban environments with residential areas, markets, bull courts, and workshops, all interconnected by a network of causeways or sokeayobe, often elevated and paved with white limestone. These sokeayobe not only facilitated travel and trade but also served as processional routes for religious ceremonies, connecting different parts of the city and even linking distant settlements. The Maya ball game, played in specially constructed ball courts found in nearly every major Maya city, was far more than a sport. It was a ritualistic event with deep cosmological and symbolic significance. Teams would compete to pass a rubber ball through stone rings or markers using only their hips, elbows, or knees, a feat requiring immense skill and agility. The game often reenacted mythological narratives, particularly the journey of the hero twins from the Popol Vuh into the underworld, and its outcomes could have profound implications, sometimes involving human sacrifice, symbolizing the cyclical struggle between life and death, light and darkness. The bull courts themselves were often oriented to align with astronomical phenomena, further integrating the game into the Maya worldview and reinforcing its sacred nature. The jungle, with its dense vegetation and abundant rainfall, presented both challenges and opportunities for the Maya, who developed ingenious water management systems to sustain their large urban populations. They constructed reservoirs, canals, and sophisticated filtration systems to collect and store rainwater, particularly crucial during the dry season, demonstrating an advanced understanding of hydrology and civil engineering. At sites like Tikal, massive reservoirs were built to capture runoff from plazas and buildings, providing a reliable water supply for thousands of inhabitants. This careful management of water resources allowed them to thrive in an environment that might otherwise seem inhospitable to large-scale urban development, showcasing their adaptability and ingenuity. The intricate patterns of stars visible through the breaks in the canopy above these ancient temples held profound meaning for the Maya, who saw the night sky as a living tapestry of gods, ancestors, and cosmic events. Their astronomers meticulously tracked the movements of planets, constellations, and the Milky Way, which they often referred to as the world tree or road to the underworld, believing it to be a pathway for souls and deities. The precise alignment of many Maya temples with celestial phenomena suggests that their architecture was not only terrestrial but also deeply celestial, designed to harmonize with the cosmic order. The observation of Venus, in particular, was paramount, as its cycles were believed to influence warfare and the timing of important rituals, making its appearance and disappearance a subject of intense study and veneration. The concept of ku, or sacredness, permeated every aspect of Maya life, from the construction of their temples to the preparation of their food and the performance of their daily tasks. This inherent sacredness meant that every action, every object, and every natural phenomenon held spiritual significance, connecting the human realm to the divine. The very stones used to build these monumental structures were imbued with ku, carefully selected and often ritually consecrated before being placed. The intricate carvings on stelae and altars, depicting rulers and their divine lineage, were not merely decorative but served as powerful conduits of sacred energy, reinforcing the legitimacy and divine authority of the Maya kings. The elaborate burial practices of the Maya, particularly for their rulers and elite, reveal their complex beliefs about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. Royal tombs, often located deep within pyramids or beneath palace floors, were richly furnished with jade masks, pottery, obsidian blades, and other precious offerings intended to accompany the deceased into the underworld and aid their transformation into ancestors. The discovery of the tomb of Pakal the Great at Palenque, with its intricately carved sarcophagus lid depicting him at the moment of death and rebirth, provides a breathtaking glimpse into these beliefs. The jade death mask placed over his face was meant to transform him into the maize god, symbolizing resurrection and the cyclical nature of life, death, and renewal. The decline of the classic Maya civilization, a period often referred to as the classic Maya collapse in the southern lowlands around the 9th century CE, remains a subject of intense scholarly debate, with various theories proposed. Factors such as prolonged droughts, environmental degradation due to intensive agriculture, endemic warfare between city-states, and political instability are often cited as contributing to the abandonment of many major urban centers. However, it is crucial to understand that this was not a sudden disappearance but a complex process of transformation, with population shifting, new centers emerging in the northern lowlands, and Maya culture continuing to thrive and evolve in different forms. The resilience of the Maya people, who continue to live in the region today, speaking their ancestral languages and preserving many of their traditions, is a testament to the enduring strength of their civilization. The vibrant trade networks that crisscrossed the Maya lowlands and extended into Mesoamerica facilitated the exchange of goods such as obsidian, jade, cacao, salt, and exotic feathers, connecting distant communities and fostering cultural diffusion. These networks were crucial for the economic prosperity of Maya city-states and allowed for the procurement of resources not locally available, influencing their art, technology, and social stratification. Cacao beans, in particular, were highly valued and even served as a form of currency, reflecting their importance not only as a beverage but also as a ritualistic and economic commodity. The discovery of Maya artifacts far from their origin points attests to the extensive reach of these ancient trade routes, demonstrating a sophisticated level of interregional interaction. The ancient Maya developed a profound understanding of herbal medicine, utilizing the vast pharmacopoeia of the jungle to treat illnesses, perform healing rituals, and even alter states of consciousness. Their knowledge of plants and their medicinal properties was extensive, passed down through generations of healers and shamans, who played a crucial role in maintaining the health and well-being of their communities. Evidence from archaeological sites and surviving codices indicates the use of various plants for their analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and hallucinogenic properties, demonstrating a sophisticated system of traditional medicine that integrated physical, spiritual, and cosmological beliefs. The jungle itself was a living pharmacy, and the Maya were skilled practitioners in its utilization. The intricate symbolism embedded in Maya art and architecture often reflects their dualistic worldview, where opposing forces such as light and darkness, life and death, creation and destruction were seen as complementary and essential for cosmic balance. This duality is evident in the iconography of their deities, the narratives depicted in their sculptures, and the very layout of their cities. The interplay of shadows and moonlight across the temple stones at midnight perfectly encapsulates this duality, transforming familiar forms into mysterious silhouettes and revealing hidden depths. The constant interplay between these forces was not a source of conflict but a dynamic equilibrium that underpinned their understanding of the universe and their place within it. The legacy of the Maya civilization extends far beyond the impressive ruins that dot the landscape, influencing subsequent Mesoamerican cultures and continuing to inspire scholars and artists today. Their intellectual achievements in astronomy, mathematics, and writing, their profound spiritual connection to the natural world, and their enduring architectural marvels stand as testaments to a civilization of extraordinary depth and complexity. The sounds of the jungle, the silent majesty of the temples, and the distant gleam of the stars above continue to evoke a sense of profound wonder, inviting contemplation of the ancient wisdom that once flourished here. This enduring connection between humanity, the earth, and the boundless cosmos, whispered by the rustling leaves and the ancient air, remains a powerful source of inspiration and wonder, a timeless narrative etched into the very fabric of this sacred land.